Have an executive session, and I'd like to start with the executive session, Mr. Clerk. So item 9 and 10 are executive sessions and direction to staff. So what we'll do is that we will move into executive session as noticed. I do need a motion to move into executive session, and then we can come back to regular study.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to go into executive session. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any
Your
opposed?
Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor,
Mr.
before we do move over to the executive session, I do need to read the notice.
Okay.
So the executive session is noticed as item 9, executive session in Hinojosa versus City of Tucson, District Court Case numbers 420 CV 196 JGZ. It is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431.03 A3 and A4.
Alrighty. All those in favor, oh, we've done that. So we're moving into executive session, and we've got to hop off of this meeting and then go into executive session as the city clerk put in our calendar. So we'll see you in a second. session.
So moved.
We need a motion to return to study session, Councilmember
So
Jimenez.
moved, Madam Mayor.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's some feedback. There is a motion and a second to return to study session. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, yes.
Yes,
Go ahead, Mr. Rankin.
motion that the mayor and council direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and specifically to settle this matter for the amount of $400,000.
So moved.
There's a motion. Do we have a second?
A second? I'll second it.
Alrighty, there's a second. I think Councilwoman Lee seconded, but she's cutting off a little bit, but Vice Mayor, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Do we need a roll call, Mr. Clerk? Just voice vote. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? None heard. Motion passes. Thank you, Mr. Rankin.
Thank
So
you,
with
Mayor.
that-
Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike. We're moving on to item 1, which is a report and update on the continuing COVID-19 emergency. I just wanted to take this moment to, I'd like to usually, since this is a meaty item, I like to, lay out the agenda. We are going to talk a bit about testing and vaccinations. We're also going to discuss a new FTA grant and moratoriums that Mayor and Council have put on water and other fees. And so I'd like to take this moment to, before I hand it off over to the city manager, to thank our city manager, Mr. Ortega, and the entire organization of the city of Tucson for stepping up to support the community and the region, as well as Pima County Health Department with the distribution of vaccines at the Tucson Convention Center. Our City of Tucson team has been doing an amazing job. Thank you all to the staff and volunteers that are staffing that point of distribution site. We're also continuing to support testing as an organization and community. So we need to begin to discuss how we begin the conversation regarding rapid tests and vaccinations and the amount of vaccinations available to Arizona and available to Pima County and City of Tucson residents. In terms of rapid tests, I think the science has evolved over the past year, and to have a sustainable recovery, we will need to have rapid test results available for the community to be able to continue as normal as possible in terms of sending our children back to school and opening up small businesses and having smaller gatherings, but having gatherings, right? So I just wanted to add that and possibly add that as a point of conversation for mayor and council. To date, we have tested at Udall 70,085 tests. In El Pueblo Neighborhood Center, we've tested 11,224 individuals. With that, I'd like to ask the city manager to give us a report on testing, vaccinations, and the new FTA grant received by the City of Tucson.
Sure, Mayor. Thank you, and members of the council. So I'll start off with testing, Mayor. Your numbers and report really demonstrate just the magnitude of testing that the City of Tucson has been involved and engaged in with our partners at Pima County to make that happen. We have seen a steady decline in testing at pretty much all sites, but as you mentioned in your opening remarks, it's important for us to continue to offer that at least for the foreseeable future, and particularly as the testing evolves and all the things that you outlined. With regard to the vaccine and the vaccination sites, Mayor, thank you so much for your acknowledgement, and I wish I could take credit for it, but we've got a great team. As you know, we have really stepped up with the City of Tucson employees, and a quick shout out to all of them that have been over there. We are really hitting it out of the park. The capacity over there is somewhere between 1,600 and 1,800 a day. I'll talk about that in a minute, but it really is amazing to see particularly us overcome some of the challenges with the registration. Early on, we found that we have gotten, unfortunately, a few mock-ups have had to be processed on the spot, and we've been able to do that. Today and tomorrow are some of the first days that most of the appointments are taken, if you will. So that's good. That tells us that we're seeing a little bit better movement on actual appointments and trying to process folks. So that's been great. Our current average, if you will, and what we've been seeing in terms of vaccines is about 1,000, just right at about 1,000 a day. Unfortunately, we got news earlier that our total allocation for next week at the TCC is about 2,500. And so that just is incredible that we have this much capacity, that we don't get more. And again, that's our understanding that that's information coming from the state in terms of the entire region is going to suffer next week. So Mayor, I know that you have been at the forefront of beating the drum, if you will, about the vaccines. This is information that is today that we got. So that is obviously significant concern. I have instructed the staff to make sure that we don't have folks that are just sitting waiting for vaccines. I'm talking about staff. So if we see that as something that might happen later next week, we may scale back our hours of operation because there's no reason to have that resource available if we don't have vaccines to give the public. So just be aware. I'll keep you posted as that moves forward. But it's very disheartening that we don't have more vaccines to put in people's arms. So Mayor, I'm happy to answer questions on that. I see a couple of folks that have their hands up before I move on to the FTA.
Madam Mayor, why?
Yeah, Councilmember Fimbres, before you begin, I think it's important that based on this news that we received about the 2,500 vaccines for next week, I've reached out to the chair of Pima County Board of Supervisors, Chair Bronson. We have been discussing this concern in terms of the number of vaccines that our region is receiving. And I will be writing a letter to Governor Ducey to ask why Pima County is being shortchanged in terms of the vaccines. I know as well that our other colleagues on the Board of Supervisors are really pushing on the state. And previously, the chair of the Board of Supervisors, Chair Bronson, myself, and other town mayors in Pima County sent a letter to Governor Ducey requesting funds that the state received specifically for continued testing and vaccinations and to facilitate the costs of vaccinations. And it was a unified letter from, Pima County mayors and myself. It was just last week asking the governor to send us funds that should be appropriated to Pima County to continue paying for testing and continue paying for vaccinations. I just wanted to ask about the costs that are associated with standing up the Tucson Convention Center Mr. Ortega, and how much it costs per week to be able to offer that benefit for our community.
Mayor, as I'm digging through that, I know that we are seeing out-of-pocket costs of right at just shy of $3,000 a day, and that's just our out-of-pocket costs, not including staff time. Those other costs are part of our tracking, and I've got that. Let me dig through that as you're taking questions, and I'll see if I can get you that number before we finish here.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. I think it's important to be able to know exactly staff time and you know how much it's costing us to stand up the TCC as the city of Tucson. I'm not questioning whether we should or not. I think it's absolutely necessary to have the TCC up and running. It's a good investment, and it's important that the community understand that I, as a mayor, and I'm pretty sure my colleagues on the council want us to make this investment. But in terms of tracking, we really need to keep those numbers, appropriate numbers, especially I know and thank Chief Ryan, he's in the call today. I know that EMTs and paramedics and the Tucson Fire Department has been intimately involved with the distribution of vaccines at the TCC, and so we need to keep the cost of personnel, any overtime, anything else, because if there are funds available from the federal government distributed to the state of Arizona, then we have to make sure that we, submit our invoices and get our fair share on that. So, Councilmember Fimbres, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, I was applauding your efforts of writing the letter to the governor along with the Board of Supervisors, a joint letter. At time we could do more, and we need to have more sites up, especially on the south and west sides we have discussed because of the need. We have a lot of seniors that are monolingual that don't understand and don't have computers, don't have cell phones. They have landlines, and now they're trying to get in and get lined up. And my other question was $2,500 for the whole week. That's when we're averaging, we have a system that works. We need to find out what is the issue. Why is the shortage coming to us? Those are my questions. And the other thing I'd like to see, Madam Mayor, is we create a direct line for seniors that are monolingual. They can call in and get registered for the shot. We have a lot of 85-year-olds and 91-year-olds that can't get in there because they don't speak English. And they don't have computers. We didn't make this more user-friendly, I think.
Yeah, Mr. Ortega, was there a specific reason as to why there's such little amount of vaccines made available for next week?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres. We've not been given an answer that came from the state allocation to the region. So this is not just a TCC problem, it's a problem for the entirety of the region. And when you are able to do in excess of 1,000 a day, we'll burn through that 2,500 in 2 days. And so it's just totally unacceptable, quite frankly. We have to have at least close to the capacity that we have. That we're up upwards of 1,600 in terms of capacity.
Mm-hmm.
So, Michael, do we have a system in place where we can notify people that when we run out of when we hit that 2,500 mark, we'll be able to notify people not to come down to the convention center? Because it's going to take, it's a long chore for some people to get there from assisted living facilities or from wheelchairs and walkers that need help, to let them know. Could we let them say, don't come in today because we're already short the vaccine?
So Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, so one of the things that we're trying to get away from is any walk-ins, any walk-ups. And I think that's part of what you were hearing is folks having to wait that weren't able to stand and had challenges there. So we are discouraging people from walking up now that we have a better handle on some of the system appointments, et cetera, through our partners at TMC. With regard to the Spanish speaking, we do have some folks that are at the TCC that are bilingual and speak Spanish. Pima County also has a phone line with Spanish speakers available to assist in answering questions as well as assist them with their appointments, et cetera. So there is a mechanism for them, but they do have to phone in and make a phone call to the county.
You have those numbers available?
We'll get those for you, and I'll post them, make sure that you have
We
those.
can post them on our site so they can call. And I
Absolutely.
also want to commend our Chuck Ryan and the EMTs and all the paramedics that have been out there working. Outstanding work, very well organized, and it's pretty quickly. Thank you.
Mayor, just real quick, number if you're able to write it down, and we'll get it out in a post. It's 520-222-0119. That's 520-222-0119. That's the county hotline, and that will get you some Spanish speakers as well.
Mm-hmm. And I also wanted to include that on Councilmember Fimbres' point regarding vaccine distribution in the South Side. There are zip codes, particular zip codes in the South Side that have the highest contagion rate in terms of COVID-19. And I know that our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors, Supervisor Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, have been requesting Southside vaccine distribution, and County Administrator Chuck Huckleberry and Chair Bronson shared in our mayor's call that I helped organize that they did a test pop-up vaccination site this past Saturday at St. John's the Evangelist Church, and they distributed about 500 vaccines to mostly seniors that didn't have the access or the availability of being able to connect online and go through the vaccination process in that way. So it was a test pop-up vaccination site, and it seemed to be very successful. I offered to Chair Bronson and Chuck, as well as Supervisor Grijalva, that we have available space that the city of Tucson owns at El Pueblo Activity Center and the rodeo grounds if they need to find a location on the south side that is accessible to the community. And it could be also a drive-through model for vaccines. And so I've offered that to Pima County. Hopefully I was right to do that, Mr. Ortega, that we have those locations accessible and available to Pima County to make sure that they can use it. So.
Absolutely, Mayor, and you know, I think the pop-up that was held there at St. John's Church there on South 12th Avenue, from what the county administrator mentioned, was a success in terms of it was their trial, their pilot, and they're going to continue that. But again, it's availability of vaccines, and so if they don't have any, then they obviously can't have that. So I do have some info for you, Mayor, and I just didn't want to give you any bum info. Average cost, daily cost through January was about $12,500. In February, it's gone up to about $15,500 on a daily cost average. Our total costs so far in January were about $125,000, and in February are $309,000. And that's the projection through the end of the month, by the way. So by the end of this month, we will see somewhere about $435,000 that we've expended on this. Now, keep in mind that that's not all out of pocket. It's a mixture of both opportunity cost as well as out-of-pocket cost. We are tracking that, and we have been making sure that we're logging staff time and all the things, all of the facility costs and so forth as we go forward.
Madam Mayor, I talked to Pastor Scott, and he says he's offering Grace Temple also as a site for location and getting a lot of the African-American ministers to also participate and show that and have a press conference doing it so it can bring more people out to get the shot. That's just another suggestion, Grace Temple.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres.
Mayor, just one point that I think is important, and thank you, Councilmember Fimbres, and thank you to Reverend Scott, Pastor Scott. I think the challenge that we'll have is not only the vaccines, but also the volunteers, because it's a very volunteer-intensive effort. And so part of the effort is on a bigger scale, once we get the vaccines, making sure that we have the space available that you've offered and that Pastor Scott offered as well, but making sure that we have adequate volunteers to make sure we push that forward. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Any other of my colleagues have any further questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
I have a few things I want to go over. I listened to the entire discussion, and they were all really good points. So there's some things that I think we probably need to add into this. Number one, we really can't count on the state to get us more vaccine. Matter of fact, if you look at the numbers that they're publishing, which are suspect to say the least, believe it or not, their ratios are pretty fair. They've got coming in, we should be getting about 16% of the state allotment, and my best guess is we are getting about 16% of the state allotment. We're right on line with Maricopa County's allotment plus the POD side at State Farm Stadium. If you add those two up, they're getting about 4.15 more vaccination dosages than we are, and their population is about 4.5 times more than ours. So I'm not going to nasty hate on the state for doing what they've done. I think they're trying their best, but if there are already communities around the country that are going directly to Moderna and Pfizer to see if they can get extra doses. I don't think that's a problem for us either. We can at least ask. The worst thing they can say is we're going through the feds. I know that this is going to start to become a free market thing. And, can you guys hear me okay, by the way? I want to make, because of last week. All right. Second thing, we're gonna see this lag in testing more and more. And the real question is how can we kind of phase some of the testing folks into the vaccine folks? I know it's a hard thing and there's some scoping and it'll take some time, but we may be able to do a shift in resources. And I'd ask to just inquire to see whether or not our partners in regard to testing can transition to vaccine and vaxing, whatever. I don't know what the verb is, but I think there's an opportunity for a resource shift there. I also wanted to say that I think with our current TCC situation, we may want to rethink how we do the lines, where we have our city employee and state employee, whoever lines, but we also have a 75 or an 80 plus line, and see how we don't have to. I know once you get a thing going, the worst thing is to change it, especially if it's successful. But we have to be water. We have to be Bruce Lee. We have to be water. We have to adapt to the things as they change. And so if we've got people who are over 80 who don't live in adult care facilities, who have not been vaccinated, we've got to find a way to open it up so their family can walk them in. We've got it. Because right now the software has changed, so it's way harder to register your relatives. They have to set up their own MyChart account, which means you need their social, you need all this stuff, you need to have access to your relative's email, where 3 weeks ago I was able to sign my mom and dad up, no problem. So I want to be sure that we understand that now we've made it even harder for a friend to sign you up. You can only go through the phone. So I don't mind having over 80-year-old walk up right now. I don't mind doing that. If you're over 80 and have ID, dude, if you have over 80 and you have some sort of any document, even somebody saying this person's over 80, we can look them up. I'm good with that, man. Whatever we need to do to get people over 80 vaccinated, I'm fine with that. Next thing, I think we should talk to the county and the state and say, look, if you guys can't make the Relito POD work, what resources can the city of Tucson participate in to make that state POD in Tucson a reality? And if it's not going to be at Relito, to fill in where Councilmember Fimbres is going, and I totally agree with this. Quite frankly, the rodeo grounds are probably a better spot for that anyway. We got more square footage. We can do 17 different lanes. We have a stadium. We have built-in power. So if we can go to the state and say, hey, look, we'll help with the state POD, because right now, based on the articles I read about the Relito POD that was supposed to be stood up, is they're playing the blame game. The county's blaming the state's blaming the county, but bottom line is both groups obviously did not have enough resources to make it happen. Now, part of it is probably vaccine, which brings me to the next point. It don't matter if we can stand up more folks and get all this stuff done, or if we don't have enough vaccine to do it, it doesn't matter. So we've got to be as aggressive as we can. That goes back to my first point. It's okay to get creative to try to maximize our allotment of vaccine. If that means going directly to the feds, going directly to Pfizer and Moderna, or going directly to the state and going, hey, are you going to help us or what? I think we do it. And so those are my comments this afternoon. But I think that that's kind of the list of things we need to do to be ready for, because I think that's what we're going to be doing anyway in the next 30 days. And that concludes my comments.
Mayor, if you don't mind, maybe I can shed some light on a couple of those things. So Vice Mayor, thank you for your thoughts and your comments there.
Vice Mayor, can you continue with the meeting? I just received a very important call from Transportation Secretary Buttigieg that I have to take. Can you continue with the council meeting, Vice Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Go ahead, everybody. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. So we're already taking folks that are 70 plus. And I think if they're family members or whoever, they're 70 plus, we're already doing that. That's part of the overall registration countywide. So if you have folks that are 70 plus that are in your wards or asking you, there is a mechanism by which they can get registered to get their vaccine. Part of the challenge, keep in mind, is that, I could tell you 70 plus can come down and we'll help them get registered. But the thing is they can come down and get an appointment, because if we've already got appointments, there's no vaccines, there's no more vaccines that day. So the best thing to do is to call the number I gave earlier, or to go online. And I know that's a challenge for some folks, but there's already an opportunity for 70 plus. And when that changes to 65 plus, I don't know, but I am expecting that here in the not too distant future. With regard to the state POD and the potential for Rito or some other location, certainly we'll make that offer. I know that that has been a challenge between the Pima County folks and the state folks. I don't know any of the detail. I've not been privy to those discussions, but I'll certainly encourage that to occur. And then the last thing is we are very aggressive with regard to our vaccines, and I'll make sure that we continue. I like your thought about potentially going directly to the Fed, or at least putting them on notice. The mayor has asked that we prepare a letter that will express our concerns over the lack of the small number of vaccines for next week. So we'll certainly include that in the mix. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Hey, Mike, did you get the question about shifting our testing to vaccine resource thing?
So Vice Mayor, I did. I'm looking at that. One of the things that originally, when we were going down the path, those were not fungible. The dollars from the feds were not. We weren't able to use them for different purposes. I expect that will change in the very near future, but certainly there's an opportunity there. But keep in mind that my focal point has been to track our costs, because if we can get reimbursed with our partners at the county, we should do that. And so that's why we're tracking, and we're tracking everybody who's spending time at TCC, as well as all of our opportunity costs as well. So we've got all of those pieces going forward, and we're tracking those very closely.
No worries. All right. Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thanks. First of all, there is a second phone number that people can call. It's 324-6400. 324-6400. On either of those numbers, tell people to plan on putting putting your phone on speaker and doing emails or something, because you'll be sitting on hold for a half an hour. But it's really a rapid, once they answer, they'll move you right through and get you a date and a time. Secondly, and Mike kind of touched on this, with respect to just inviting people down, I'd have a real question as to whether we want to start inviting seniors down to stand in line all day, because that's what's going to happen. And credit to Andy Squire and the team down there for really jumping through hoops. When they show up in the morning and see that TMC has only got about 130, 140 people with schedules, with appointments, they're getting on the phone tree and they're reaching out, and they're winding up using all 1,000 plus doses in a day. And it's not fair to them to have to manage that as well as manage the dosing situation. But we've had people show up down there, and it's a 2 or 3 hour line. So that's the reason using the phone numbers and getting an appointment is important. One of the questions with setting up a 24/7 state-run pod is that's going to be robbing Peter to pay Paul in terms of the number of doses, and so they're already shorting us. And Paul, I take your point about the ratio, and I'm not dumping on the state, but if they come down and set up a 24/7, it's just going to take more doses away from some of the other locations. And so we got to make sure that when we do that, when they do that, that that they're bringing those doses down with them, and it's not cutting into our supply already. And finally, with respect to the direct buy, I would really suggest we need to coordinate any of that with the county, so that we're not, again, competing with our own partners for a limited supply. Because I know that Chuck and Teresa Cullen and Francisco Garcia are going all out trying to get everything they can right now. And I think that the bottleneck is Kara, Christ, and Ducey up in Phoenix. And so I would want to make sure that we're partnering appropriately with our county board of health, Department of Health. That's all I got.
I agree with everything you said. Is there any other councilman? Councilmember Fimbra, your hand is still up. Do you have more comments? So you guys want to move to the next item?
No, Paul, the rodeo grounds, we already did a walkthrough with Arizona Bolingre over the Thanksgiving weekend. We handed out over 1,000 turkeys that day. And now, so that's proven, and everybody stayed in their vehicles. We also did testing for the COVID-19 there. So it's proven, and you can stay in your vehicles and not do anything. The other thing is, Pueblo, we did 3,500 masks in 2 hours, giving them out. So everybody stayed in their vehicle also. So there's 2 opportunities for us. And Andy Squire's been outstanding too. I want to mention that for the people getting the stuff done. That's a leadership team that Mr. Ortega set up, and I appreciate that, Michael.
All right, well done. Anything else on this item?
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor, just a few things. We've got some challenges, and I think that you all hit some of the issues that we've had with lack of appointments and that. I think your point is extremely well taken, Vice Mayor, that the flexibility is incredibly important, particularly when we've only got 100, as Councilman Kozaczek mentioned, we've only got 150 people where we have appointments, and then we've got 1,000 vaccines. But what happens is that, I'll use the term inefficiency, translates into people standing in line for 2 to 3 hours. And that's not what we want. So we don't want to encourage people to come down. I know that we have developed a pretty efficient model for walk-ups and so forth, but that is not ideal. And we're really appreciative of our TMC partners. They've allocated, I believe, 11 staff to be there to help us with some of their processing and registering. But I can tell you that it's going to be a challenge for us going forward if folks continue to show up. Hopefully we can get past some of the registration issues and appointment issues, and we can get moving on that. I think that to Councilmember Kozaczek's point, that is a big concern. If they stand up, whoever they are, the state or the county stands up a 24-hour vaccine site, and all it does is take vaccines away from all the other pods that we have around the community, then we're not really making any progress there. So it's something to be thinking about as we move forward down that path. Lastly, I think Councilmember Femidas, appreciate the comment with regard to the staff again. The flexibility that we built into that system to have folks out there that can really turn on a dime based on the number of vaccines, based on the number of people that we have appointments for, is definitely a challenge. So I appreciate your recognition of that. We do have some star performers there. Thank you.
All right, you know what? Let's, what I was thinking we do is before we go to item 2, maybe we could give the mayor about 5-10 minutes, take a break, and then
I have
hopefully
one
the
more
mayor.
question.
Sure, go ahead.
Vice Mayor, on the transit system, when is the ending of the fare, Mr. Ortega? On the fares?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, if you don't mind, and Councilmember Femidas, I still have a couple of other items on COVID before we go to item 2. So one of them is the bus fares. There was a conversation I'd ask for you to give me until the end of this month, end of February, to get a handle on what the FTA grant looked like. I have dissected that, and I can recommend to you now that we can utilize some of that money to help us not charge bus fares through the end of this current fiscal year. So what I would recommend, Mr. Vice Mayor and members of the council, is that we not charge bus fares at the end of the current fiscal year. Revisit what that looks like into next fiscal year as a part of the budget. But I do feel comfortable making that as a recommendation to you at this point.
And I'll make that in the form of a motion.
And I'll second it.
All right,
So
thank you.
There's a motion in a second.
Yes.
There's a motion and a second. I just got back in right on time for the FTA grant conversation. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Really appreciate you taking over. Any further discussion, any questions on this motion?
I just want to say thank you, city manager and staff, for working that out and seeing it through, as you knew it was a priority for us to keep that burden off of our community.
I agree.
I totally agree.
Mayor and council, I think based on what I'm seeing, we'll revisit it again as it gets closer to the end of the fiscal year. We'll have more discussion, but right now I am comfortable making that recommendation, Mayor.
Well, thank you so much, and I know that I missed part of this discussion, but I know that Mr. Ortega, you and I had talked about the possibility, based on the interest of my colleagues on the council and I, to keep offering a free transit service to our community. It's very important, especially in this time. And it's a coincidence that I jumped back in after my call with Secretary Buttigieg, and me trying to basically talk to him about transit and mobility in the city of Tucson and how important it is for climate adaptation and our own goals in terms of climate change. And this is just exactly what we need to do. So without further input or questions, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Good.
Motion passes.
Mayor, the other item that I need to have for the director under water, wastewater, and environmental services. So I did provide you with what I'll call an action plan as to what this looks like. So I'll give you a summary. We currently have about $7 million in delinquent accounts. We think that by easing back into the turnoffs like what we had before, with some qualification, and I'll talk about those in a minute, we can get that number down to somewhere around 4 million in about 6 months. So it's a gentle drop down, if you will, to give people ample time to make arrangements. So there's a couple of parts to it, and I included in the materials. The first is a 30-day notice to everyone. So I picked a date of March 15th. So we would give the date, give notice on February 15th, and then March 15th would be the quote deadline for people to call and make arrangements for payment. Those that are currently in the existing low-income program, or those that have or will notice us about challenges with the pandemic will have 60 days to make payment arrangements. So they simply have to call down and make arrangements with the staff. The staff has been has been directed to be very flexible and help folks with their challenges, because we don't want to see, it's not going to be a hard line, but we do need to start moving in that direction is my recommendation, Mayor. I did provide you kind of a snapshot of that. In case any of you have noticed, there is a write-off of water delinquent bills on tonight's agenda at 7B. It's about $1.8 million. That is not included in this discussion because those are very old bills from about 2 years ago or older. So Mayor, with that, I do make a recommendation that you give me direction to continue down the path that I outlined for you in the action plan.
Mr. Ortega, before we give you direction, I just have a couple of questions in terms of the action plan and your recommendation. You want to provide everyone a blanket 30-day notice, all of our Tucson Water customers 30-day notice that the lock moratorium will be ending.
Mayor,
And that,
I'm sorry, excuse me.
and that would be ending March 15th or April 15th, or it's different dates?
Mayor, it's actually March 15th is across the board to let them know they need to give us a call and come in to make arrangements for payment.
Okay.
So that's part of basically everyone can call in and make arrangements for payment. What we've done though is we've said those that are in the low income program or that have been affected by COVID, all they have to do is call and say, hey, we are either in the low income program or we've been affected by the pandemic, and we give them 60 days with which to make arrangements for payment and start the process for the payment going forward.
But it does not necessarily mean that we will add a lock to their account in 30 days or 60 days.
Mayor, it does not, assuming that they call us and make arrangements. If they have not made arrangements with us, then we send them notice about a lock of their account. Again, we're going to give them plenty of notice to say, look, come in and have a conversation with us so that we don't lock your account. The intent is not to lock. The intent is to provide an environment for them to be able to make their payments again in the future. That's all we're trying to do, is give them time to make their payments. And we will be very flexible. I think that our track record in the past, Mayor and members of the council, has been that we work with anyone who gives us a call and lets us know that they're having trouble. We work with them and give very, very reasonable terms for them to get back on track.
Okay. Any other questions from my colleagues?
Mayor, the last tidbit on that is we have not been charging turnoff or any kind of delinquent fees. I do not plan to do that as a part of this effort. So we'll address that down the road. I just want to make sure you know that the bills do not include those late fees or those other costs that we would otherwise charge, those other fees, if you will, that we would otherwise charge. So I just wanted to make sure you knew that these are actual water costs, actual utility costs.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I'm confused. What date is this going to be implemented and effective?
Sure. Mayor, so what I'm proposing is that we would send out the notices by February 15th, noticing that people have to get in touch with us by March 15th. If they're in the low income program, they'll have until April 15th, tax day, to make arrangements for payment or make arrangements for a payment plan. Same thing with those that are impacted by, those are in the low income program, as well as those that let us know they have been impacted by the pandemic. They would have until April 15th to make arrangements for what the payment plan looks like going forward.
Councilmember Kozachik?
Thanks. Mike, it's also important to point out that not everybody that we're talking about is affected by COVID and is in low income. There are people who are simply saying, hey, there's a moratorium and paying going on, and so I'm just not going to pay. And so that's the group that is really going to be stepping up, I'm hoping, to chisel away at these delinquencies, not going hard on the low income people, but if you've got the means, then, you know, it's time.
Mayor, Councilor Kozachik, that's exactly where distracting, quite frankly, because we do know it's very difficult to scrub the data. But if we start going down this path, unless they are either in the low-income program or they let us know that they have been affected by COVID, then all the rules apply, and then we start going down that path.
Any other questions?
Do you need a motion?
I would like a direction, Mayor, if that's appropriate for the council.
Absolutely.
Would move that we support the staff's plan as described.
I'll second that.
There's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the action plan recommended by the city manager signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
I vote aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Anything else that you wanted to update us on this item?
Mayor, normally we do update you on, we'll call it current COVID legislation. There really isn't much new to report on that. We'll keep you posted as that evolves. I know that that's changing, and happy to provide you more information on that as it develops, but right now we really don't have much else to report on that, Mayor. And with that, I have nothing else under the COVID item.
Alrighty, thank you so much. I really appreciate Mr. Ortega. We're moving on to item 2. Item 2, time has been set aside for the discussion of the Central Business District in the community engagement process. Mr. Ortega.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. So this is really an ongoing discussion. Council has addressed this matter several times, had asked for community engagement to occur. That is ongoing and has happened. This is the first opportunity for you to hear formally and as a group some of the feedback that we've gotten and some of the comments that we've made. I know we have some folks that are available to make the presentation and answer questions. So with that, Mayor, with your permission, I'll turn it over to Barbara Coffey, our Economic Initiatives, unless there's a council member that would like to.
Go ahead, let's do the presentation and then save input and questions for after the presentation.
Sounds good. Thank you. Barb, go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much. Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you for the opportunity to be here this afternoon, share the results of the community engagement efforts related to the future of the Central Business District. Again, today is just a report out on the community engagement process. Recall in September, during the process of renewing the existing Central Business District, you gave us very specific instructions to go back out and seek additional community input and create as robust a process as possible in order to do that. And in order to achieve widespread participation to better inform how we might move forward with the use of the GPLET as a tool for attracting investment and guidance on the boundaries of the district in terms of any changes to the area or potential expansion. To that end, we convened a large team kickoff meeting with all ward offices participating. Together, we rolled out a meeting strategy complete with even a citywide mailer. We utilized the utility bill stuffer. The community meetings in January were an important qualitative component of the feedback and research methods. While there was a survey component, the primary goal of the community meeting strategy was to solicit the qualitative feedback, which you're going to hear more about in just a moment. We will hear from our facilitator, Poonam Mather, and also Francisca Villegas, representing the bridge builders, who were also assisting in this community conversation. In the interest of time, again, like you said, we'll take questions at the end of the presentation. But before I hand it off, just a reminder to let you know that we will be back on February 23rd at a study session in order to hear from Dr. Gary Paivo, who has been conducting the research and analysis of our GPLET projects. And that was also an important part of the request by Mayor and Council in September. So in contrast to the community meetings that we held in January, note that Dr. Paivo's report will cover more of the quantitative research. So again, those results will be shared in a follow-up meeting. And then what we plan to do as next steps in March is take a group of small stakeholders, including staff, take the feedback from both the community meetings as well as Dr. Paivo's research and report, and then develop a more refined proposal to you for how we might utilize the GPLET as a tool for attracting investment and any modifications to the boundaries of the district at that time. So with that, I'll share my screen here as well, and I will turn it over to our facilitator, Poonam Mather. And this is what you're seeing now on your screen. It should be the storyboard, which is also now available to the public on our website. So again, I'm going to introduce Poonam, and she'll take it from here. Thank you. Let's be sure we can hear you, Poonam.
There we go. So much
Perfect.
better with the function off.
Great.
We'll get that at some point. Barbara, thank you. Madam Mayor, thank you, members of the council. Thank you all for the opportunity to work with you, and frankly, Barbara Coffey and this extraordinary team. Thanks also for your active participation in the process, for the work that your teams have done to assist us, and most importantly, for setting the tone with your absolute insistence about authentic and comprehensive public engagement. As Barbara mentioned, we took to heart your direction, we heard it, and made it our team's guiding mission, and frankly, at times it felt almost like a bit of an obsession for the team. I just want to give you a briefing on what we actually did. First, we created a three-pronged approach for this initial engagement phase, utilizing three simple design principles: transparency, authenticity, and consistency. The first prong of this three-pronged approach were the 7 virtual community convenings held, as Barbara mentioned, between January 7th and the 23rd, to make them as accessible and as welcoming as possible. They were scheduled different days of the week, different day parts throughout the day. The sessions were really actively promoted through the city's media advisory, its own website, the ward offices, staff, and followed up with some really targeted outreach by staff to specific community organizations, including promotion on Spanish language radio. A total, as you'll see on the storyboard, 383 people attended those 7 sessions. If I take out the frequent flyers who joined us multiple times, what you see in that second box were the unique attendees, 229. In addition, the sessions were all recorded and posted on YouTube, and I'm not sure that we are yet YouTube sensations, but those videos have been viewed more than 500 times. The second prong of our three-pronged approach was staff created an 8-question survey, which was completed by attendees during each session and subsequently actively promoted to the broader community through media, city staff, social media channels, and ads, as you'll see in the left, that appeared in the Daily Star and the La Estrella. A couple of notes on this survey process. Although the convenings occurred in English only, the surveys were made available in both English and Spanish, promoted actively in both English and Spanish. I will tell you, we were quite disappointed that we had only 1 Spanish language survey completed. The survey was also shared and actively promoted on citywide using the OpenGov platform, and nearly 700 responded to that opportunity. The third prong of our public engagement approach was a follow-up email that was sent to every attendee seeking additional comments or questions that were raised during the sessions, and questions and comments submitted after the fact have been summarized and are accessible and posted on the website in an FAQ format. There are currently 19 responses posted in that FAQ. That email also allowed people to sign up for updates, and I'm happy to report that 454 people are now committed to remaining engaged throughout the remainder of your process. So I don't have to look at myself. Could you just come up a little higher on the storyboard? Thank you. No, little other directions. Lower.
Oh.
Thank you. There are 3 features about the specific convenings that I think warrant highlighting, so I just want to take a second to do that. 1, to achieve that design principle I mentioned of consistency, each community convening had exactly the same agenda, and one item on that agenda was to provide a presentation explaining the GPAT, the CBD, the GPLET, and the IID, which frankly Barbara Coffey and Corin Manning did a superb job. It felt important to create a shared topic and a shared understanding around the topic of the discussion. Second, we asked all attendees to also to share their vision for what the community could look like a decade from now, as well as to share with us the challenge they felt would be the biggest one. No, don't, not yet. Thank you. We have a very busy storyboard. And then finally, the third thing about the convening to lift up is that we tried to foster open discussion through all the 7 sessions, which candidly, I believe we improved at after the first couple of sessions. Thank goodness for bridge builders. That's Shreya Jimenez, Francisco Villegas, and Porky Poster. They did a great job eliciting inputs, ideas, and solutions from attendees. Now you can go to the one of me, which is now, that's me on the left. I need to tell you that that elegant piece of art on the right has nothing to do with me, but it's worth sharing. This literally arrived within 24 hours, the very next day after our first session on January 7th. It was simply done spontaneously by an attendee. Angie Moline is her name. She is a resident and an active participant in all things Tucson's future. And I think she just really beautifully captured both the spirit and the content of this session. So this was just a gift that came to us. So what did we learn from this three-pronged approach? First, you'll see the vision. And so what you're looking at is a word cloud. What this demonstrates, I think, is a shared and compelling vision. It is both shared and compelling, as seen by the size of the words. And maybe the way to look at this is this could be like the community's North Star. This is where we want to go. Clearly, residents are very motivated and share a desire for Tucson that is equitable, vibrant, inclusive, sustainable, diverse, thriving, and affordable. The challenge cloud, which is the next one you'll see, I think confirms what you probably already know, that there are many different fears and challenges that will need to be addressed along the way. To me, this affirms and frankly underscores the importance of your commitment to transparent communication and public engagement throughout the entire process. Now, moving on to learnings from the actual 8-question survey. 4 questions, I think, reveal some quantitative data that will be, I believe, quite helpful to you as you continue your deliberations. First, we asked the public's view of the priority that you have already articulated to concentrate on affordable and workforce housing. And you'll be very pleased to know that the community gives you a big thumbs up. Looking at this first chart, if you just look at the among 708 responses total, nearly 80% either strongly or somewhat agree with your focus on housing. So 80% or north, that's a big thumbs up. Secondly, we asked, in addition to affordable and workforce housing, we asked them what other types of investment should be a priority for you in the downtown area. And people in this question were able to select multiple answers. So here's what I think is interesting. The top 3 bars, there are 3 priorities that I think stand out, which you see as the top 3 bars on the chart. Let me tell you what they are. They are, first, renovation and reuse of existing buildings matters a lot. That was the choice of 80% of respondents. 74% selected public and green spaces. That's that second bar. And the third bar, it represents the 70% who selected safer streets and better connectivity. In the next layer, which are the next 3, same question, but the next 3 bars, I'm going to refer to those as the next layer of priority. What you'll see there is retail, followed by parking, followed by residential rentals, all fairly closely responded to, between 33 and 39% responded to that second layer of priority. The next question we asked was, what areas around downtown should the mayor and council focus on for investment? And again, people could select multiple answers. You'll see real diversity in thought here. Congress Broadway corridor, that's downtown core, was selected by 46. That's the top bar. Next one, American Mile 05, selected by 43%. North 4th Avenue downtown link, selected by 42. South 6th Avenue 5 Points, selected by 40%. West of I-10 Mercado District, selected by 37%. And then I-10 frontage, selected by 34. Only South Park Avenue / Millville and none of the above were chosen by less than 25% of respondents. So while there is interest in expanding, there is no real consensus in the community as to where. Finally, the last question we asked about was the types of community benefits people most wanted to see from GPLET assisted development projects within the CBD. Again, people were able to select multiple answers. Not surprisingly, community, we want benefits. And so there were some pretty strong views here. The top 3 responses were selected by more than 70% of respondents. The first is historic preservation at 75%, followed by, at a tie position, environmental sustainability and small and local business job creation, each selected by 72% of the respondents. So I'm going to refer to those as the big 3. Then you'll see public art and open space as the 4th answer that stands with 62%, that stands a little bit by itself. And then you'll see 3, public arts and open space. In the next layer, increased attainable housing options, transit and parking, and local contractors were selected by 53%, 51%, and 50% respectively. So again, we want benefits. There are layers of benefits that we sort of perceive as a community, and they were pretty explicit in what that represented to them. Finally, not depicted on the storyboard, we did receive more than 700 comments. It was actually 733 individual comments, which when we sorted them fell generally into 5 themes. And I just want to give you a flyover of those comments. There were 136 that pertained to the CBD and its boundaries. Generally, most that commented felt that the CBD had been effective in the core areas, that is Congress and Broadway, but that outlying or adjacent areas could use some investment. Commenters, though, offered a variety of ideas for which direction to expand in, which is quite consistent with what we just saw in the survey results, right? The next sort of bucket of comments had to do with the GPLAT itself. Generally, most comments here acknowledged the benefit of the GPLAT as a tool and wanted to maximize the benefit to local businesses and minimize gentrification. The other thing that I just want to lift up here is that many wanted empirical evaluation of GPLAT's impact, which I think through Dr. Paivo's research, which is coming, as Barbara mentioned, on February 23rd, is going to, I think, sort of fill a need that exists in the community to understand sort of the impacts. Next, 39 people addressed the community process, the engagement process itself. Generally, most of the comments here appreciated the engagement effort and simply wanted more opportunities to engage at a deeper level. And then finally, 235 comments were general in their substance, everything from we love what's happening to we don't, and all points in between that continuum. And then adorably, there were 198 Tucsonians who actually filled into their comments line either no comment, none, or NA. So that's 190 of the responses that we heard. So to conclude my report, it has been an intense and I think a successful effort. I am grateful to you for allowing me to be a part of this quite extraordinary team. I work with other municipal and county government leaders who claim a desire to engage the public but are unwilling to simply do what it takes. Your willingness to align the city's action to that intention really sets you apart. And if I had a hat on, I would tip it here. I have said it before, I'll say it again. I have felt like a really lucky electron able to orbit around the nucleus that represents the extraordinary community that is Tucson. Lastly, one special and very innovative feature of this entire process has been the bridge builders. Their participation to build bridges of engagement and to foster discussion during the 7 community engagement sessions really upped the game, I think. The deep roots that all 3 of them have in the community and their knowledge of the topics at hand made them especially credible and effective in their role as bridge builders. They all did a wonderful job. So to represent the bridge builders, I'd like to hand the baton to, we call her Frankie. It is Francisca Villegas. Take it, Frankie.
Thank you, Buenas tardes. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for allowing us to be part of this process. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council. I will be speaking on behalf of the bridge builders, Shea Jimenez and Corky Poster. I want to say that we were pleased to be part of the 7 meetings outreach effort to gather input from the community. The effort was innovative and effective. The meetings were thoughtful with a broad range of ideas, both supportive and critical of the expansion of the CBD. We heard both positive and negative comments. So I'll start with the positives, of course. We know this is an important economic tool to foster development projects by ensuring that they pencil out. We also know that the GPLAT has been an important economic incentive for igniting development in downtown Tucson. The negative side, we heard that GPLAT has been primarily utilized by high-end, large-scale development, excluding small businesses and neighborhoods. The fear is that these leads to gentrification in what lower income neighborhoods of color. Adjacent residents will have higher end goods, services, and rent increases. GPLAT was and is perceived to harm neighborhoods by redirecting property tax revenues for public services and schools. We also heard that there's no accountability and no requirements, and that the developers should consider larger community needs. Finally, we heard that objection to the state legislation driven, we know it's a state legislation driven terms, slum and blight. The community didn't like those terms. We heard from participants and confirmed by the survey results that there are other goals that are not being addressed by the IID and the GPLID, and that you, Mayor, and the Council should direct staff to develop additional tools and resources, especially the highest priority goals were focus on the substantial provision of much needed affordable and workforce housing as a key priority. Focus on small and local business job creation. Support local businesses with technical and financial support so they can navigate the GPLID process and get access to the benefits available to larger entities. If possible, lower the GPLID minimum requirements. Provide access to modest capital and make affordable space for local businesses and new development. Another suggestion is to invest in the neighborhoods that adjoin the CBD with access to capital, expertise for home improvements, reuse of existing buildings, safer streets, better connectivity, public art, environmental sustainability, and public green spaces. We know that the neighborhoods adjacent to the CBD bear the impact of development without any benefits. We also heard from community members speaking against the Central Business District and the GPLID that they're not against development, but rather they want the community to have a say in what is developed and ensure that the community can benefit and not be forced out. Finally, we felt, and that I personally felt, that despite the city of Tucson's best effort at engaging the Spanish-speaking community in the process, we have not yet succeeded in incorporating those voices. I think it will require more small-scale efforts, one-on-one discussions, and focus groups to activate that essential participation. That's it. I'm grateful for this time, and now I'm going to turn it back to Barbara Coffey to resume the meeting.
Great. Thank you, Frankie. Thank you, Poonam. And just to wrap things up, again, reminder, we're coming back on the 23rd. This storyboard that you're viewing now is available live to the public, and it has clickable aspects to the OpenGov data. So again, you can also reach it by going to connecttucson.com and find all of our Central Business District information, including all the frequently asked questions and the responses to that. So we'll be back on the 23rd with the report out of the questions that were asked by Mayor and Council in September in order to understand the impacts of our current GPLET projects, at least those developments and those GPLET projects since 2012. And again, this is not the end. This is really just another beginning as we continue this community conversation with additional work to be done in March. And the goal is to come back to you by the end of April with further recommendations. Again, you heard Frankie and the bridge builders give us a good synopsis of some of the early on suggestions that were part of the discussions that we had in January. And we will take those that information along with what we learned from Dr. Paivo and then create a more refined proposal to you. So I'm going to stop my screen share now and I'll send it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Barbara. I really appreciate it. I had the privilege to attend and host one of the meetings, the community engagement meetings, and really authentic dialogue, lots of conversation happening, really eye-opening in terms of the poll questions that were being asked and the immediate return in terms of the results of the poll at the meeting. So it really was a genuine, authentic community engagement process, and that's exactly what I envisioned this process to be. I really want to get this opportunity to thank you, Barbara, for being so open to feedback and input from my office and from myself. I know that my chief of staff, Elaine Becker, was a frequent flyer, as Poonam said earlier. She attended each and every one of those 7 meetings, and so I really want to thank Elaine for her time and effort into making sure that this process was transparent and authentic. I want to thank Poonam for really moderating us and helping us focus on really trying to find solutions. Many times we have, a process where there was space, believe me, there was space for people to complain, but Poonam would bring us back and say, okay, you're stating your concern, what is your solution? And so it really was a solutions-based approach to getting input from the community. So Poonam, thank you so much for leading us and being the voice of reason in this conversation. And lastly, I want to thank the bridge builders that spend so much of their time, Francisca Villegas, or Frankie, Corky Poster, and Sharaya Jimenez, to help really kind of bring concerns from the community into the conversation. I'm hoping that my colleagues, give input, feedback, what they're thinking. As Barbara stated, we are receiving the information of the direction that Mayor and Council gave to our staff. We're not at a point where we're going to make decisions. We still have the health impact assessment and equity assessment by Dr. Paivo that we will receive at the next council meeting study session, which is February 23rd. And then there's still continued conversation that needs to happen with a smaller community group to give the mayor and council advice as to where we should go with the Central Business District, as well as the GPLET and how we invest in the community. I've heard the community during this process loud and clear. And I'm hoping that we take this information once all of the information is downloaded to Mayor and Council, and that we can act based on community input. So with that, I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. Yeah, just real quick. First of all, I want to join the mayor in thanking everyone who participated. They were, the charrette that I participated in was engaging, and it was we heard a lot of different kinds of perspectives. I was encouraged to see the top 3 historic preservation environmental impacts in small local businesses emerged, because we hit all 3 of them simultaneously when we incentivize the adaptive reuse of a small historic building. And so and we've seen that was, for instance, with Mr. Car Wash over on 4th Ave. So that was that was encouraging to see. I do have one question, and it's either a Barb question or a Mike Rankin question. I'm not sure which. We've all received an email that asked about, quotes, "You failed to renew the downtown gateway redevelopment area, and the redevelopment plan still does not exist." Can one of you explain how this discussion and that statement merge?
So Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozaczek, and yes, I saw the same email, and really what it's focusing on is an assertion that we are required to adopt and approve a redevelopment plan before any, in order for the CBD to continue to go forward or any G-plats to be issued under the CBD. That's incorrect. A redevelopment plan is only required in the context of what's called a redevelopment project under the statutes. And that's where the city would entertain in a redevelopment area to move forward with a project and use its eminent domain power or condemnation authority in order to acquire property for a redevelopment project, sometimes called slum clearance project. And so the writer of that is correct in how she's quoting a statement from a prior mayor and council communication from about 8 or 10 years ago, which that statement was in the context of the overall redevelopment area. And it unfortunately didn't have a complete sentence with respect to this requirement about redevelopment plan. A redevelopment plan is not required for the CBD. It's not required in advance of a G-plat. It is required in advance of the approval of a redevelopment project that includes the city's use of condemnation authority to acquire property as part of that project. You may recall, and some of the other elected officials who've been around for quite some time, that in the formation of the CBD, the mayor and council wanted to be very sensitive to the notion about, because it involves a designation of slum or blight, which everybody reacts to, and you heard from the presenters today, you know, folks don't like that. Well, it's the legislative terms that we have to use. One of the sensitivities to that is some historic uses of that redevelopment project power by this city or other cities to acquire property by eminent domain for redevelopment projects and redevelopment areas, also known as slum clearance projects. And so the council wanted to be very clear that the purpose of the CBD was not to acquire properties and put them to other uses, but instead to use certain economic tools like the G-plat that are available only within the central business district.
Thank you, that's helpful.
I did see Councilmember Fimbres' hand go up, and I don't know if he's still interested, but
yes, Madam Mayor. Thank you. In the current map of the CBD is an area that includes Mission Linen, which is located at 301 South Park. For the past 30 years, this has been environmental issues and contamination on the ground through chemicals that have been used by the laundry. ADGQ and Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, the city of Tucson and the surrounding neighborhoods and the businesses have been meeting, and there have been efforts for remediation, but their site is still a Superfund environmental site. The neighbors have approached me on this issue and expressed concern about attempting to develop either commercial or residential on the site until this situation has been dealt with and the ground has been cleaned up. When it has to deal with the Pioneer Paints, we've had to deal with Pioneer Paints, TCE, 1,4-dioxane, and PFAS, PFOS, and this site, to name a few. We need to take a step back on this site and the CBD and any proposed overlays until questions are answered and the issue resolved. The other thing is South Park, I believe in Pueblo Gardens and Barrio Santa Rita are also saying that they didn't want to be involved in the mapping situation. Again, also with the surveying, etc., we need to pinpoint how many people responded from those wards, from those areas. We need to work with our IT to get a better clarification of what it is. I understand there were 60 people in our meeting, but only 5 were from Ward 5. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Barbara, do you know if there was any way of keeping track of who attended the meetings and where they lived?
So our registration for the actual meeting did not require an address. However, some were asked that on the survey, the follow-up of the 730 respondents that replied on the online survey. And and looking at the results, there's some way to see on some of them how close they are by ward, but it's not, again, not an exact science because the physical address, the complete physical address was not required. And again, I want to reiterate, we did make it available citywide, encourage people from all over the community to participate in all the meetings, regardless of ward. But I understand it's disappointing when we may not have a large number from those impacted directly.
But I know that the effort was made to invite Tucson residents from the entire community. I know the effort was there. So yeah, sometimes you can't make people. Councilmember Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I start off, I just wanted, so I don't forget, just to speak to what our city attorney said about the state definition. I at least want to say that for myself, and I imagine the rest of the council, that we don't stand by that definition, and that just as has been the history in our state, in our city, there's discriminatory language in a lot of state and cities definitions, and that doesn't mean that we uphold it or that we're okay with it and that we should take a stance to continue to dismantle that kind of framing from our lexicon. So I just wanted to put that out there, that it's not okay. And I also really wanted to thank the Office of Economic Initiatives for their willingness to pilot, this new community engagement process, for their help in redefining the way that the city of Tucson engages the public and does business. I'm hopeful, of course, in my ideal world, we want to see thousands of participants, but I think that this is a good first step. I really, want to thank Poonam, for her work, the way that she showed up and how graceful she was throughout this entire process. And like you said, Mayor, I know that Elaine from your office spent a lot of time on this. Jasmine Rucker from my staff, spent a lot of time with the Office of EI working this out, and then also attending all the different meetings. So I want to thank her for that. And then I'm just so indebtedly grateful to our bridge builders. These are people in the community that I have deep respect for, that challenged me, put my feet to the fire on a lot of different issues. And so I really valued and respected what they brought to the table and just their willingness to serve our city with their time and with their areas of expertise. I know that back in September, we stated that the neighborhoods in and around the proposed expansion area of the Central Business District needed to be recognized as stakeholders in the decision-making process, and that at the very minimum, they needed to be able to be at the table so that they can take full advantage of the opportunities, but also have their concerns heard and taken into consideration. So I feel like this is a good first step. Like you said, Mayor, we still have the health impact assessment coming to Mayor and Council that'll help kind of paint a better picture, a deeper understanding of the impact. So I'm looking forward to the next steps, and I'm looking forward to see how we bring in the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development to also review the information, the material, and provide us with feedback. And that, one of my favorite sayings is that, to move fast, we have to move slow. And so we're gonna need to have time to discuss and reflect on this information before we start to chart a path forward. So just thank you, and thank you to all the community that came out and participated. That doesn't, we see you, we hear you, and, we're gonna continue to do our best to do what's right for our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Santa Cruz. So thank you, Barbara, and the entire team at your office. I know for a fact that everyone in your office participated in this. Appreciate all of the work that Poonam, the bridge builders, and the community members put into this. They put aside an hour and a half of their time to give Mayor and Council input, and I'm looking forward to the continuation of the conversation for the 23rd of February. I'm really looking forward to the health assessment and the equity assessment, and then where we take it from there. I love the idea, Councilmember Santa Cruz, of presenting this information to the Equitable Housing and Development Commission so that they can stay in tune and abreast of the input that mayor and council is receiving from the community. As we saw, affordable housing is very important for our community. We also saw in the polling that historic preservation and adaptive reuse is huge. And so for me, in my mind, I'm putting together the pieces of the puzzle of what we, mayor and council, have to move on in terms of policy making. And I'm excited. I'm excited for the possibilities. Another big, huge issue was sustainability in terms of the return on investment to use the GPLET tool. And then, of course, the importance that we should be giving our small businesses and how we can create a friendly city where we invest on small businesses and the creation of jobs that they provide to our community. So with that, appreciate all the work. I am excited, and I'm looking forward to our conversation on the 23rd. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Mayor, and thanks yet everyone. Extraordinary team effort, so thank you all.
On to item 3. Item 3, staff has the quarterly update for PFAS, Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I know we're running slightly behind, so I'm going to turn it over to John Kamek, our interim water director, and ask that he summarize the comments. I know that this is the quarterly report that is important to council, but most of that information is provided in writing. So go ahead, John.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members. I will be discussing the quarterly update to council on the occurrence of PFAS in the Tucson aquifer. This quarterly update is on the activities related to PFAS. Was an original request made by Council Member Fimbres of Ward 5 last winter. Since that request, this will be Tucson Water's 4th quarterly update focusing on the time frame of October through December of 2020. First and foremost, Tucson Water's water is safe. The water department continues to be proactive in investigating and removing any water sources within our system that may have been impacted by perfluorinated compounds. We continue to sample our water sources and have established extremely conservative operation standards for our wells. The standards used by Tucson Water have been created by reviewing the available information on how other states are dealing with PFAS within their water supplies. And we have modeled our standards at some of the lowest levels we have seen nationally. To date, there's 24 of our production wells have been preemptively shut down or placed in a restricted status due to varying presence of PFAS in groundwater. As part of this departmental update, Tucson Water has taken hundreds of water samples throughout the last quarter of 2020 and continue to do so today. These samples are from production wells, monitor wells, and other samples to verify the operational conditions of the Tucson Airport Remediation Project, or TARP. This sampling during the last quarter of 2020 has resulted in over 5,100 results that have been reviewed and documented. I'm also pleased to say that the majority of these samples last quarter were conducted in-house at the Tucson Water Water Quality Laboratory located at the Hayden-Udall Treatment Plant. In the fall of 2020, Tucson Water completed the process for approval to analyze the EPA laboratory method that is used for detection and quantification of common PFAS compounds. This has saved us tremendous time in having results after sampling. We went from a 2 to 4 week turnaround using private sector labs to now a 2 to 4 day turnaround using our own equipment and own City of Tucson scientists. It is our understanding that our lab is the first municipal lab in the state of Arizona to be accredited for the EPA PFAS method. And now for a brief update on what's been occurring near Davis-Monthan in the last quarter. The Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has been working on a site investigation and eventual mitigation plan for PFAS impacts in the Tucson Water Central well field. The area of investigation is occurring north and northwest of the airbase. ADQ is about halfway through the number of borings they wish to drill. They are using information from their borings as well as data from other Tucson water sites to assist in delineating the groundwater impacted area north of the base. Once that impacted area is identified, ADEQ will begin the process of a remediation strategy, which will include a remediation design and construction of a treatment works. Based on their timeline, which is part of the council materials, that step should occur by this summer. Again, the department is very appreciative of the state of Arizona's efforts in this by providing skilled staff and necessary funding to do a complete investigation of the area of concern. During last quarter, the Air Force Civil Engineering Center has maintained communication with ADEQ on the efforts in the area. Since completion of the relative risk assessment that was done in the fall of 2020, the AFCEC has shared geologic information with ADEQ and is in the process of drafting a remedial investigation plan for the base. Moving westward to the Tucson Airport remediation project, we have a few updates from there to discuss. First and foremost, the water from the TARP plant continues to be of high quality. In August of 2020, the granular activated carbon in the treatment process, the same carbon that is used to sequester the PFAS compounds, was changed out in all 8 vessels. This preemptive change in carbon assures that water from the treatment process remains treated for PFAS as delivered to the potable system. We are planning for another full change out of the carbon from the treatment plant to occur around the first week of April of this year. Also related to TARP, in the last quarter, Tucson Water continues to work with the EPA in a focused feasibility study. This study provides the EPA information that may help expedite the change in the beneficial use of water that comes from the TARP plant. The current beneficial use for the facility is the water is directly delivered to the potable system. An accepted change to the beneficial use for the water may allow Tucson Water the flexibility in the future to deliver that water to different end uses like the reclaimed water system instead of the potable drinking system. We will continue to keep you updated on progress of that going on this year. Back in October of 2020, the EPA was able to hold a virtual UCAB meeting. Another virtual meeting was also held on January 20th of this year. It is our anticipation that UCAB meetings will continue to be held virtually into the foreseeable future until the pandemic is cleared. On the regulatory front, over the last several weeks, the EPA provided updates to the PFAS action plan that was started in 2019. There appears to be significant movement on the eventual regulation of at least 2 compounds, PFOA and PFOS, becoming part of the Safe Drinking Water Act with an enforceable MCL or maximum contaminant level. There is also movement towards additional PFAS compounds receiving further detailed studies on an accelerated timeframe. As we learn more of the latest EPA actions, we'll continue to update Council on any items we see as significant to the conditions here in Tucson. Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of Council, that concludes this quarterly update on PFAS in the Tucson area. I'll be willing to entertain any questions.
Thank you, John. I really appreciate it. Just wanted to do a couple of things. First and foremost, congratulate the City of Tucson Water Department for becoming the first municipal laboratory in the state to receive accreditation for PFAS analysis. It's super important and something that I'm very, very proud of our department for achieving. It not only saves money, but it really, the quality control that we have internally means a lot. 2, I also want to thank Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. I know that they have been very helpful in this whole effort to work with the City of Tucson, to work with Davis Monthan, to work with the Air Force. It has been a great partnership, and I know that Representative Andres Cano submitted a bill to fully fund our I call it QARF, to fully fund QARF so that we can start the remediation of PFAS. And so I also applaud Governor Ducey for fully funding QARF for in his budget as presented to the state legislature. It's very important for the City of Tucson because of the good work that we've done with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality. They're willing to allot $3.3 million to assess that remediation in the City of Tucson. So I just wanted to make sure that you all were congratulated for your work, John, and that we gave recognition where recognition is due. Also, we're working hand in hand. I have met with the Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, have presented to him and the Air Force why it's important to focus on PFAS remediation in the City of Tucson. and being, having a water system that we have basically the PFAS could potentially move and affect other wells in the city of Tucson. It's a closed system. It's very, very important that we attend to this, and that our congressional delegation is very aware of the issues at hand for the city of Tucson and PFAS in our water. And we will continue pushing for funds to remediate PFAS from our water system. So I just wanted to make sure that I put that on the table. And thank you for your work, John. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, John, for your report. Can you give us a legal update on the current litigation against the 3M Corporation about PFAS, PFOS, where we're at?
Okay, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, since this is an active litigation, I'll hand it off to either Mr. Rankin or Mr. Avery if they're available.
Thank you, John. Councilmember Fimbres, Mayor, members of the council. The litigation is slow moving, but we are continuing to position ourselves to be a bellwether plaintiff, meaning to be the leader of one of the categories in the litigation. And in order to do that, we had to provide a significant amount of additional disclosure that describes the particular ways that we've been affected by this defective product. And so we have engaged in that through our outside counsel, filed that additional information with the court, and we are waiting to see how the litigation proceeds to see if we are selected as a bellwether plaintiff.
Thank you. How many private wells are in the area that DM, Air Force Base, ADQ, and Tucson Water are working on currently? John?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, members of council. The Air Force did a survey, I believe, a couple miles north of the Air Force Base, and they didn't find any wells that were in their area of influence that they were looking at. So I believe that private wells have been cleared in that area north of the base.
Thank you, John. Thank you for your work too on this. Your team has been outstanding. Thank you.
Alrighty, after Councilmember Kozachik, we're going to wrap this item up and move on to the next items. Councilmember Kozachik.
Thanks. One quick question and then a comment. Well, two questions. First of all, on the map that you sent out about where ADQ is doing their test wells, they all are north and northwest of the plume. Are they going to do any testing to the northeast and also directly east and west of the plume and not assume this thing is moving in a straight line?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, yeah, the overall plan for what ADQ is going to do, we'll make sure that they get full capture from all three of those sides of what's emanating from the base. So we are very much anticipating that they will have that coverage. And that's the coverage they want to have to be able to estimate how much contaminant may be possible in the plume so they can design any kind of treatment works that's acceptable.
Right, it's key because it's not going to necessarily just kind of move straight down the road. You know, it's a plume. It does what it does whatever it chooses to do. Secondly, the material indicates that it says we're going to have a full-scale system built by spring of 22. That, you know, the system hasn't been designed, the extent of the plume hasn't been identified, it hasn't been bid, funding hasn't been secured. I really want to kind of manage and modulate people's expectations. That's not a entirely correct statement, right? What do you really mean by that? What are your expectations for the spring of 22, I guess is the question.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, that's according to ADEQ's documents. They want to start doing pilot testing on a remedial design program later this spring and into the summer. And then they want to build something that's going to start effectively capturing. It may not be the size and scope of what we're thinking, but at least capturing the heart of the plume and start to remediate it as they continue to move forward. That's how I understand it. So they are being very aggressive already. They're kind of meeting the timeframes and exceeding the timeframes as I thought was possible as well. So I'm looking forward to see their advancements on this.
Well, I appreciate aggressive on this, but also appreciate making sure our expectations are realistic, because we haven't even identified the plume yet, or identified, as the mayor said, the funding sources for the full thing. 3.3 is for testing. It's not for building a treatment plant.
Alrighty, thank you so much. If there are any additional questions, please make sure that you offline with John and the Tucson Water Department. And of course, like John said and Councilmember Fimbra said at the beginning, this is a quarterly update, and we will see this in the next quarter. So thank you, John. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Item 4, time has been set aside for discussion of fiscal year 21-22 budget. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, and what I'd like to suggest, Mayor, I know we had this item listed, and so I just wanted to open up with a couple of thoughts and ask for your patience. First of all, this is information I previously provided to you that was generated by the departments. I had requested that they each give me a 2-page synopsis of some of the issues that they're seeing, both current as well as into the 22 year. 3 departments will make a presentation tonight or this afternoon, ESGS or Environmental Services and General Services, Water, so you hear from John again, and Fire. I am also prepared for us to cover 911 as a part of that update. And so the idea is this. I'm not looking for direction. As a matter of fact, I'm asking that you maybe hold off on any direction until you get a total picture of the budget, because you're going to hear a lot of requests, you're going to hear a lot of comments and commentary, but until you've seen the entirety of the budget picture, I think it would be difficult for me to make a recommendation for you to act or give me direction on any of that. So if you can, I mean, certainly ask whatever questions, and you can give us hints on where you'd like to see us go. But at this point, it's really more of a point of information for you. The information that will be presented to you, and I did see that Roger sent out the PowerPoints. They're basically just the information that we had provided you in a PowerPoint form. So our first presenter is Carlos de la Torre, our Environmental and General Services Department Director. So Carlos, I'll let you go, and I guess, Roger, if you could put up the PowerPoint, we'd appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Ortega. Thank you, members of the council. I'll first start off by really acknowledging each and every employee of the Environmental and General Services Department for their hard work and commitment. They have not missed a beat. They essentially kept the city running over this difficult times, maintain over 6 million square feet of facilities at over 650 buildings, kept on the road over 2,700 fleet units, service over 14 million refuse and recycling bins, landfill over 700,000 tons of waste, and process over 8,000 code enforcement complaints. They have endured long hours, but they have demonstrated day in and day out their commitment to service. So I just want to thank them, and they make us proud, Mayor. So thank you for just that little introduction. So with that, I'll start off with basically the Environmental Services Fund. What we are proposing this fiscal year is a budget of 55.1. That is an operating budget. We're also proposing an $8.5 million capital improvements program, which is really to begin our cell development. We do need to start upgrading our scales software. We also need to invest some dollars in our gas to energy projects. And we also want to relocate our container maintenance facility from South 10th Avenue to the Thomas Price Center. And also we want to make sure that we can finish up the reclamation project at Congress and Earmont landfills for whatever land use, future land use of that site would be.
Can we move on to the next slide, please? Whoever has control of it. Sorry to interrupt, Carlos. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. The other thing is that we have also within Environmental Services, we manage code enforcement and graffiti enforcement and graffiti abatement. That is totally funded out of the general fund. Roughly, code enforcement comprises about $2.1 million and graffiti abatement is about $0.8 million. So in terms of how we plan to fund, or we propose to fund these services, most of that comes in for user fees. and that entails about $53.1 million. That comes in from residential fees, commercial fees, and landfill fees. We have a few grants, particularly in the Brownsville area. And also what we're proposing really to fund our capital improvements program is use essentially our ES fund, basically our reserves, to the tune of 10.3. So if you take a look at, we plan on using 10.3 out of the reserves. We typically have funded all of our capital improvements program out of that fund balance. So the difference between the 10.3 and 8.5 is around $1.8 million. So that means that this year, very similar in nature to what we did last fiscal year, and very similar in nature to what we did the previous year, we have basically subsidized it or infuse additional dollars to fund our operations. So if we look at what is our fund balance at the beginning of fiscal year 21, we're talking about $42 million. But if we use $10 million this year, our fund balance, projected fund balance at the end of 22 is going to be $32 million. So if we further dissect what that it's made up, is there's $20 million that are basically restricted reserves. And if we really want to have a rainy fund day to the tune of $7 million, it only gives us about $5 million as basically as funding for future capital improvements. So just want to bring that to the council's awareness in terms of where the environmental services fund is at today, or where we think we're going to be at the end of fiscal year 22. I'll jump on general services, Mayor, if you let. Okay, so our entire budget is about $53 million. Most of that is in facilities, and not so much the facility maintenance, but also we include utilities as part of that. $20 million is really to fund our fleet services. So again, with a combined budget of about $53 million. This year, we are making the suggestion of really funding a capital improvements plan to the tune of $3 million. We're asking basically for $1 million for facilities improvements, particularly in the energy efficiency projects. We know that there's roughly citywide, there's about 60 facilities that can use essentially this funding. Typically on those types of investments, you have a payback of anywhere between 8 to 10 years. Most of those are lighting projects, and the overall assessment that we need in terms of really addressing those lighting improvements is about a $5 million need. So this would kind of create, would set up the seed money for us to continue with that. From a fleet perspective, we're making a suggestion is really to request for $2 million. And that's really just to continue with our fleet replacement program. That equates to about 60 units. Unfortunately, at this time, most of the units are heavy trucks that there's really, we have not really identified any opportunities for electrification on those types of vehicles. We're still are looking at that to see it maybe as we move down the road, maybe those opportunities may come in. But at this point, we're really are not seeing that. So again, that's really would be the ask. As you know, we charge a lot. We charge for our services to the special revenue funds, and that is essentially to water, transportation, environmental services, not only for the facilities improvements, but also for the fleet services. And that's how we recover some of our operating expenses out of the general fund. We do have 417 positions that essentially are assigned to the department. We do have 77 vacant positions. There was a mistake on the vacant positions in the presentation. I double counted those vacancies. And the breakdown of that is roughly 40 on the general services, which are primarily comprised of senior heavy equipment mechanics, automotive mechanics, electronic technicians, and auto parts specialists. And from the environmental services side of things, most of that is environmental services equipment operators. We got over 14 positions on that. One of the things we got to keep in mind is as we transition to every other week, we have less need to have folks out there on the routes every day, and that represents 6 less folks that we have to send on a route on a daily basis. So if it wouldn't been for that, then those 14 vacant positions, we would have been hurting today. So we're okay, but we still need to recruit for those positions. We're going to continue recruiting for those positions as well. So next slide. So as we move forward into this fiscal year, obviously we continue to be concerned or about our financial sustainability. So if we have to use our fund balance to the tune of $1.8 million this year, then that certainly want to make sure that we bring that to your awareness. That represents roughly about $1 a month increase per resident if we want to basically level that out. And also, if we are having difficulty on meeting those requirements, we need to basically prepare ourselves to be able to provide whatever the future services look like. So maybe collapsing some of the services that we provide and creating new programs really to compensate for the cost. But we really do need to embark this year on a zero waste plan to meet the mandates or the climate action emergency resolution that calls out for zero waste by 2050. The other component that is really affecting us is really the attraction and retention of drivers. So if we have positions in the local market that are not required to have a CDL license, and they deliver packages as pretty much throughout the day, as compared to our operators that they have to have a CDL license, do a pre-trip inspection, a post-trip inspection, watch out for obstacles all the way, and be able to essentially service over 1,100 residents a day. The difference between our compensation and their compensation is probably less than $2. So it's not worth for a lot of folks really the demands that are posed on them to be able to be part of the city team. But those are the things that we continue to be challenged, and I think we need to continue to make those adjustments. The challenge on that is we can develop the business case for specific positions, but what happens if we make an adjustment to a senior heavy equipment operator mechanic, and right next to him there is a fleet attendant that I don't have the business case to really for that position, yet one employee get some sort of an adjustment and the other employee doesn't. It does create a lot of issues if we approach it that way. So that's something that we're working with human resources, the city manager as well, really to find solutions on how we can ensure that we bring that we maintain the services the way they are. The other thing, Mayor and Council, is really looking at your policy support in terms of really expanding our brush and bulky program. We think that we can take an active role in making Tucson a cleaner and safer community. We're having to react to a lot of cleanups that were not part of our basically our mandates. Obviously, we need to attend to the special needs of those folks, but at the same time, we need to attend to those neighborhoods that are being affected by that activity. So we need to be able to be equipped for that, not only to protect the public, but also to protect our own employees in those types of situations. So our goal is, how can we really proactively address a lot of the community concerns, not in a vacuum, not in a balloon, but really very, very close in nature with our TPD, TFD, code enforcement, and certainly the neighborhoods and out there. And so that's something that I think we can certainly make a good plan, a good approach, and really be very beneficial for the community as a whole. Mayor, just jumping on, I did mention about the energy efficiency projects, the fleet replacement program. Again, that's really to put us in line to the carbon neutrality. Again, as a mandate by the climate action resolution by 2030. So we need to start making those investments. The other component of that is really making very deliberate and strategic investments in our facilities. So one of the initiatives is we are embarking on a space utilization study of all the facilities located in the downtown area to see how they're being used, what is the vacancy, what are some of the facility needs, and really identified opportunities for investment, and really identify opportunities for reuse and possible opportunities for divesting in some of those city facilities. So this is really a significant shift to what we have done in the past. It's certainly not going to be easy. It's going to take a lot of effort, and it's going to really be a major cultural shift for all of us on trying to get that moving. But I think it's going to be very beneficial for the city as a whole, not only from an energy, from an environmental, but also from a cost and utilization perspective. So we're hoping to get that wrapped up this fiscal year as well. And lastly, is we have council has really and the public has really supported a lot of initiatives and propositions really to fund. Got Proposition 101 that is really addressing public safety, public needs. We got Proposition 407, which is really creating those outdoor investments and connectivity. But yet I think we got to start looking at what do we do with those physical facilities, such as the recreation centers that are very valuable from a recreation perspective. But as we know today, they're very valuable really in during hard times, especially in pandemics. They really function as another health center. So we got to make sure that our facilities are up to par to be able to meet the demands of not only today, but on the future. So with that, Mayor, that concludes my presentation. So thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Carlos. I have a question on this particular presentation. You said you had 79 vacancies at environmental purposes, and what I'd like to know is a couple of things. And I'm getting feedback. I don't know if everyone else is, but my concern is, and I'm hoping that there's a market rate analysis as well, that this department is included as well as others in terms of a market rate analysis, and that we can create, that Mr. City Manager can create a strategic plan on how to get us up to par, right? It might take phases, it might take steps, it might take years, but how do we get to where we need to get in terms of analyzing market and departments that have a lot of turnover or retention issues, or we simply cannot attract because of our pay and the responsibilities, Carlos, as you said. So I'm hoping, Mr. Manager, that we find solutions, and even if they're long-term solutions in terms of comparable pay with these 79. I was alarmed really to hear that 79 vacancies are over at ES. And then of course, you know, what happens to the vacancy savings, because we have a certain number of positions in a department. What happens to the vacancy savings as we move into a different fiscal year? And this could be a question to Mr. Ortega or Carlos.
Sure, Mayor. And I'll help a little bit on this because this is a bigger issue, as you mentioned. I think that the conversation, as Carlos alluded to, is how do we address and how do we define the market first and foremost? Carlos's market analysis that he did on a very high level is different than what we do in other areas, but the net result is the same, right? How do we remain competitive in this environment? But it's not just dollars, you know, it's also the type of work, as Carlos outlined, when you're competing with some of the delivery truck drivers, the Amazons, the UPSs, et cetera, you know, that have a much different work environment because of the type of vehicle they drive and all the things that go along with that. So, Mayor, we are going to include ES and GS in our analysis that I've committed to come back to you in April. So this will be part of that mix and part of the conversation, and then part of that, we'll call it the master plan of the big scale discussion.
And then just if you can answer, Mr. Ortega, the vacancy savings, sure. and then we'll go with the Vice Mayor.
Sure. Vacancy savings, generally speaking, are put into fund balance, and so depends on the fund in particular. But for example, there have been some areas where we've put those vacancy savings back into one-time expenses. We've also done in some instances where we'll say, no, let's put it into fund balance because we may need it down the road. Now, keep in mind, Carlos has two pieces, right? He's got environmental services, which is a special revenue fund, and then the general services, which is general fund. So those two don't mix, right? But for example, in the environmental service side, I would recommend that we put those into the fund balance for future equipment purchases, et cetera, down the road. On the general fund side, that goes into the overall fund balance for operations of the city.
Vice Mayor?
Yes, Your Honor. This goes to part of the discussion we've had most of the year regarding ES, and that is that the budget just isn't our financial outline, it's our plan. It's a reflection of our plan. There is nothing in our budget at all that addresses the possibility of whatever we end up doing on the methane front, on the reclaimed gas piece. And so I'm not, does that mean we're ruling that discussion out this next fiscal year completely, or are we going to kind of take it as it comes? What is the strategy there?
So Mayor, Vice Mayor Cunningham, we are starting as directed by Mayor and Council to embark on a feasibility study to how best utilize the gas or the methane gas at the landfill. So that project has been kicked off, and as a matter of fact, we had a kickoff meeting this week. So we are essentially within the next 4 months, we'll get that essentially project finalized and the study finalized. That way we'll bring back to the council maybe as we progress through the study before it's finalized, and to provide you with an update and get some sense and direction from the council before that study is completed. So again, that's probably in the next couple of months to be able to get us a better idea of where we're heading before we finalize a report in about 4 to 5 months period. So that's on the works.
And that's fine. And I just want us to be kind of on that. I think we should also consider collaborating with wastewater, because when you really start thinking about renewable gas, it's something that's probably 10 years away where we'd truly be able to balance and be at a net zero society where you're actually going, look, there's going to be refuse in all society, but also if there is refuse, how much of it can you reclaim in the form of gas? And so I just want to see if we have I think we should have a 5, 10, 20-year strategy and outlook, especially as technology develops and as technology is invented. I want to be able to be adaptable to take advantage of those technological breakthroughs. So that's kind of where I'm at, and excuse me, just have it in the study, and then that'll work. But I want that plan into what we're going to be doing in the next year or two.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mr. Ortega, I do not see any further hands up.
Mayor, we're going to keep moving then. So John Kamek, our interim director of Water Department, will make the water presentation. So John, and keep in mind, water obviously is a special revenue fund or enterprise fund. So it's not part of the general fund, but I thought it important we just go down the list and give you a kind of an overall picture of where we are. Go ahead, John.
Okay, sounds good. If we can get the presentation put back up, water should be the next slide. There we go. Okay, first and foremost, bring you this FY22 update from Tucson Water, representing over 470 awesome city employees who serve safe drinking water to over 730,000 people in the Tucson area. Next slide. So items of note when we're moving into FY22, Tucson Water is projecting that we are going to maintain a flat operations and maintenance budget for 22, so no increase on that. Our projected revenues are going to be around $242 million, and those O&M expenditures just over $200 million. What's important that we're going to be keeping track of, Honorable Mayor and Council members, is the CAP. We anticipate very strong notes from the Bureau of Reclamation that we will enter a Tier 1 shortage at Lake Mead next year, which will trigger those Tier 1 reductions in the lower priority users on the CAP canal, which in turn will have an increase on some of the O&M costs that Tucson and other municipal contractors will end up getting with that. So we're budgeting, anticipating that Tier 1 shortage on Lake Mead, and that's estimated at close to $31 million. But we do plan on purchasing our full allocation next year, even though most of the ag users in the area will be shorted on that Tier 1 shutdown. Let's see, we also will be maintaining under this flat budget a $70 million annual CIP investment. Some of the CIP projects that we are working on actively this year and into next year is continuing our well drilling operation, replacing a lot of those old infrastructure wells that have been in the central well field and in Navara Valley that we utilize all the time. We continue with our reservoir upgrades program, as well as our booster and pressure reducing valve rehabilitation program, which we just launched this year to do a full analysis of that. And then we have some digital transformation items that we also will be working on as part of those investments moving forward. In addition, we'll be spending over $58 million in debt servicing, which is a reduction from last year. And that is per our long-term financial goals, which we are meeting, which is to start bending that debt servicing down year over year to get to closer of pay-go system or a cash-funded capital program over the next 10 years or so. We're going to hopefully do all this without a general rate increase in FY22. So prior to the pandemic, you may recall that we were contemplating and discussing a 4-year rate plan to help us meet some of those long-term financial needs. But knowing what the pandemic has done and knowing the community, we are able to still get those items that we want to complete in our capital improvement program and the O&M budget next year, and we're going to hold off on any rate study until the following fiscal year. We'll pick up that discussion again. Next slide. So some of the updates and some of the needs that we're going to be focusing on. I mentioned the digital transformation of the utility. Two big information related things that we're going to be embarking on that the staff is gearing up for. One is a new asset management system that generally runs our maintenance program and our capital program, keeping track of all of those assets out there, knowing when they need to be worked on, getting preventative, proactive schedules on the maintenance activities, and documenting the conditions of our system and ordering and having those work order systems so we start documenting the history of our assets in a better, more improved way. And then the other big one that we'll be working on is a new customer information system. Our billing system, I believe, is the roots of it is over a 30-year-old program. So there's plenty new functionalities and items that we can integrate into a new customer information system that'll give us more improved customer service activities as well as financial tracking activities with that CIS system, and so that'll be a good thing to finally get onto a brand new platform, and that's going to be about an 18-month project on that. Always one of our mainstays here at Tucson Water is to maintain a consistent level of service to promote equity and affordability across all of our classes that are out there from every corner of our service area, whether it's customers within the city, in unincorporated counties, or some other incorporated areas. We treat all customers the same and make sure that they get that affordability and reliability from Tucson Water that they should come to expect no matter where they live throughout our service area. Another item that I alluded to in an earlier presentation was we are still actively looking at that beneficial use change at the Tucson Airport remediation project. So that if we get that beneficial use change this year, then that will trigger us to be able to divert some of that water from the TARP facility that is currently going to the potable system and have plans to move it to other beneficial uses. Our engineering division is also be going through a reorganization to improve our workflow and improve productivity, as well as maintaining and retaining engineers and other technical folks who help create, design, and maintain our system from that group. Some of our maintenance activities that our customers and you all might see across the community is we are aggressively moving forward on valve exercising and hydrant maintenance. That is all there to, one, improve water quality, keep our distribution system clean of any residual sand or anything that might get built up over years within the pipelines, and ensure that we can operate those valves when needed during a main break or some other kind of shutdown event. And the fire department has access to good, properly operating hydrants that are out there as well to use at their needs if they need to use them in an emergency. So people might see flushing Tucson Water crews flushing water from hydrants and doing those kind of things out there. It is all for the betterment and the health of maintaining the distribution system. Recruiting and retaining qualified workforce. This is a challenge in many areas in the municipal structure, but particularly in water and wastewater. I'll throw all the waterworks folks and professionals out there. Because most of our assets and most of our work is done below the street or below the pavement, we are often forgot about when youngsters are looking at a career, a stable career and advancing themselves. So we do everything in the waterworks industry, and if you know young people that are out there that are thinking about something to do to help their community, we would surely appreciate any kind of recommendations for working in the waterworks industry. You could be a scientist, you could be an engineer, you could be a customer service, you could be a heavy equipment operator. We have just about everything in our industry that hopefully would excite and bring in some youngsters into our profession. And this is obviously a national problem that we're hoping to address. And then lastly, implementation of the green stormwater infrastructure funded projects. We now have a coordinator on board, and staff is gearing up to start moving forward and start deploying some of those funds that have been collected over the last year, and getting into a lot of eventual maintenance activities of those projects that are currently out there, as well as putting a program together on developing some neighborhood capital programs that GSI funding can help contribute to. So with that, willing to take any questions.
Thank you, John. I do see Councilmember Durham's hand up. And Steve's. Alrighty. I don't know if Councilmember Durham still wants to ask something.
I don't have my hand up.
Oh, okay. I saw your hand going up. Councilmember Kozachik?
Okay, thanks. Real quickly, John, what do you see is happening with the trend in the price of CAP water, and how will a Tier 1 affect that, in your opinion?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Kozachik, and some of the pre-planning we've done over the years in anticipation of issues with Lake Mead and entering a Tier 1 or an eventual Tier 2. By our estimates and working with CAP, we believe there'll probably be about a 25% increase in cost in purchasing the allotment if and when it goes into a Tier 1 shortage, and then that increases to over 33% if it enters a Tier 2 shortage in the future. So that's the kind of the planning that we're gearing up for.
That's significant. And we are, I think, if I'm remembering right, we're in the second year of the 5-year off-ramp for DCP2. Is there a process in place at the multi-state level to get us there?
Can be a little more specific.
The drought contingency plan, we know it's going to need another iteration.
Yep. Okay. That's what the group that's put together now, and that's being headed up by interim assistant city manager Tim Tomyer. He is a member of what's called the Arizona Reconsultation Committee. So activity is taking place throughout the state between ourselves and the other cities on the CAP Canal in planning for that 2025 sunset of the current drought contingency plan on that. So we are actively involved as a community in that as a major stakeholder.
Alrighty. I do see Vice Mayor Cunningham's hand up. Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
John, great presentation. I'm glad we're going to be able to still purchase our full allotment. My question comes down to, how is our wet water storage capacity, both short-term and long-term? Can we handle this? And are there avenues or opportunities to increase our wet water storage capacity, both short-term and long-term?
Okay, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, from a wet water standpoint, the city of Tucson is probably in the strongest position in the Southwest as far as our resource management. Between what we've been able to do the last 20 years with CAP water, as well as all of our historic groundwater saving or groundwater accounts that we have from the councils in the 60s and 70s that purchased over 22,000 acres of farmland in Avra Valley and all the water rights retained to that. We are probably in the best shape of anybody in the southwestern United States from a resource perspective. On the CAP front, even though we are entering a Tier 1 shortage, like I mentioned, because we are an M&I subcontractor, municipal industrial subcontractor, we have one of the highest priorities. So agriculture and what's called non-Indian agriculture water Our lower priorities on the CAP contracting, those get cut into tier 1, tier 2, and eventually tier 3 if it ever gets there. Hopefully not. I think hopefully we'll have the reconsultation done by then. But those are activities that get cut prior to Tucson Water's allotment. But like Councilmember Kozachik says, as other customers fall off the CAP canal purchase by being blocked, it means that we will end up carrying some of the burden of the cost of the annual O&M cost that keep the canal going. And that's where that acceleration of either 25% or 35% in a tier 2 shortage comes to play if we want to continue to purchase our full allotment year after year.
And so our well recharge capacity, our riverbed recharge capacity, which we're doing in 1, and our CAP well capacity on the west side, all that stuff is performing where we need it. We're not in danger of exceeding our capacity as far as that storage, correct?
Yeah, correct. On the CAP side, where we have our Colorado River, our CAVSARP, SAFSARP facilities, as well as other facilities that we may store into, like in North Marana or in Pima Mine Road, there's still plenty of capacity out there for our CAP allotment. What we do related to effluent storage, either at Sweetwater or in the Santa Cruz River, that we continue to watch, but we do actively pump against those credits. From a groundwater elevation standpoint, it's not really an issue, but there'll be some renegotiation on what's called the Lower Santa Cruz Managed Recharge Project in the next year.
Sure.
That's the project from Agua Nueva to Trico Road that we've been storing at for 20 years with the other partners in the region.
Well, look, just keep at it. But again, what I tell you is that I mean, I can speak for myself, not for my colleagues, but I know that we're all kind of on the same page on this. We really want to see those recharge efforts continue and continue to pump up our groundwater, because there may be a time when that in the next 50 years even that CAP water won't be available. But anyway, thanks for the presentation. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. Really appreciate it. And Tucson Water Department is a wonderful steward of our water resources, not just for the city of Tucson, but for the region. And so we're in very safe and stable financial condition. It's very good that we're claiming our CAP full allotment of water. And of course, I agree with the Vice Mayor that recharge, creative recharge solutions like we've come up with, like the Santa Cruz Heritage Project is something that is not just good to reuse effluent, but also to work on our environmental restoration, right, in terms of the Santa Cruz River. So all in all, very good place that we're in. And I appreciate the hard work and the dedication of the employees of Tucson Water.
Mayor, I believe Councilmember Lee has her hand up.
Yeah,
I know she's having trouble. I know she's having trouble with her electronics. So,
Councilwoman Lee, do you have your hand up?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't sure if it was working today or not, but thank you, Mr. City Manager. Just a quick question for John on the digital transformation items. John, does any of that weave in cybersecurity at all, or is there any special consideration that y'all are focusing on for cybersecurity regarding water?
Yeah, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Lee, yes, that's always first and foremost, particularly with a water agency. One, from our water operations, and we had a massive SCADA improvement program that's been going on for 10 years, and we work hand in hand with our city IT department to make sure all the necessary firewalls, all the separation of systems, so where someone may try to hack the city, they would not be able to see the water department or how the water department operates. And so those similar type of protections will be put in for our customer information system as well. So we deal with very sensitive customer information, and we make sure that we're going to be operating at the highest levels of security to avoid any hacked environment that maybe someone might be trying to compromise our systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Very, very important question. I think there was I just saw on the news yesterday that there was a hacking of a water system in Florida. So very timely question. Thank you, Councilwoman. And really appreciate you, John. Mr. Ortega?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. So our next presentation is by Fire Chief Chuck Ryan. And so Chuck, take it away. Roger, if you could put the presentation up, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council. Real quick, I want to bring you up to date on some great stuff that Tucson Fire has done over the past year, and then we'll talk a little bit about some budget needs for fiscal 22 and into the future. I want to focus on a few things on the left side of the slide you're seeing right now, and I'll target the current vacancies. We're currently carrying 29 sworn position vacancies and 15 and 1/4 civilian position vacancies. Our total incidents have increased by almost 2,000 from calendar year 19 to calendar year 20. And if the trending by straight line math is the same, then for calendar year 21, we will see another 2,000 to 3,000 call increase over calendar year 20 for calendar year 21. Obviously, remains to be seen how that goes. 89% of our call volume is now emergency medical services responses. And I want to get down to the bottom 3 points because I think they really speak to the heart and soul of Tucson Fire and the life-saving mission the men and women perform every day. You'll notice that cardiac arrest responses, so those are dispatches for cardiac arrest events, went up substantially from calendar year 19, 1,810 to calendar year 20, 2,538. More importantly, so that's just somebody calling and giving the call taker at Public Safety Communications information that leads them to believe somebody is in cardiac arrest. More importantly, the first impression data that's there for calendar year 19, that means when one of our personnel got on scene, the first unit arriving, and actually found a patient in cardiac arrest for among those 1,810 calls, they found a patient in cardiac arrest 459 times. But if you look at calendar year 20, a staggering increase in provider first impression of 2,538 total calls for cardiac arrest response. 1,810 of those were confirmed cardiac arrest upon arrival of TFD units. Our pre-arrival ROSC rate, ROSC standing for return of spontaneous circulation, is 27%. And that number may look low sitting by itself on a PowerPoint slide, but when you put it in perspective, when American Heart Association reports that 90% of out-of-hospital cardiac arrest patients do not survive, the fact that our men and women can bring back 27% of their patients who are found in cardiac arrest is actually quite remarkable. And more importantly, I like to focus on outcomes versus outputs. If you look at the bottom point on the left, for calendar year 20, these are patients, life years added is something we work in conjunction through our medical director and our hospital partners. These are patients that are transported in cardiac arrest by Tucson Fire to a hospital and then ultimately walk out of the hospital on their own to resume their lives. 1,054 years of life have been added back to the Tucson community by our men and women and our hospital partners. That's 88 years per month, and that is a remarkable statistic. And again, intensely proud of the men and women doing that work. One thing that I did not put on this slide, but I would have added if I had the numbers in time to get them there. In calendar year 2020, Tucson Fire responded to 504 working structure fire calls. The year preceding was almost 100 lower than that. So not only are our EMS calls going up, our severe or critical EMS calls rising, structure fires are also rising here within the city of Tucson. And that's putting certainly a strain on our services. Some accomplishments in the past year, as you know, we helped stand up and run the Emergency Operations Center for the city of Tucson. Assistant Chief Chris Anderson, who does double duty as the city's emergency management coordinator, oversaw that, has been the city's incident commander for the response to the pandemic and doing an excellent job with a great team of city employees supporting his efforts. We have been working through fully operationalizing our automatic aid agreement with our neighboring fire districts, Northwest Fire and Golder Ranch a little further out. Not quite fully operationalized yet. Some training and equipment challenges kind of stood in the way along with COVID, but we're working through those and expect that to be fully implemented hopefully by middle to third quarter of this calendar year. I'm really proud of the reinvigoration and reinvestment in our wildland firefighting program. As we saw, our Santa Catalina Mountains on fire for about 6 weeks this summer, and TFD provided some resources to that. We also provided resources to other wildland fires in the state, as well as to California and Colorado. And that's a direct result of our Operations Bureau team and a dedicated group, small but dedicated group of individuals committed to bringing back a wildland firefighting program to the city of Tucson. And what many people don't realize or appreciate perhaps is what's known as the Wildland Urban Interface, or WUI, W-U-I. And anytime you have conditions, climatic conditions such as we have here in Tucson, hot, dry, and breezy, the potential for wildland fire within the city limits is very real. And having wildland firefighting is an entirely different animal than structural firefighting. And the criticality of having properly trained and equipped personnel to mitigate that cannot be understated or overstated. It's very important that we do that, and we're going to continue to grow that program here within the city. Certainly, we had to revamp some of our approaches to infection and exposure control in response to the pandemic, and our paramedics and EMTs have done a fantastic job with that. The TC3 program, despite the challenges the pandemic, continues to integrate and expand its integration within the community in a great partnership with TMC Foundation. And I want to speak to the last point real quickly, the vaccine clinic, and thank you so much for yours and other members of council's kind comments about the work being done there. It is, as the city manager stated, a team effort, but I'm intensely proud of the men and women who wear the Tucson fire uniform who are putting vaccines in arms there. As of this morning, over 15,300 vaccines have been administered. And talking to Dr. Gaither, our medical director, without getting too deep into the math, we are saving approximately 10 to 15 lives per day. So it's quite remarkable. It's about 10 lives per 1,000 vaccines, and that's quite a feat for any fire department to be able to pull that off. I know others around the country are doing it. I doubt any are doing it as effectively as we are. Next slide, please. So looking to fiscal year 22, as I stated in the submission that went through the city manager's office, much of what you see on here was existing in our presentation from February of 2020. And obviously COVID stalled a lot of those efforts and the concerns about economic vitality following the pandemic. But I want you to focus on the numbers on the left first before we even talk about the ones on the right. These are positions that Tucson Fire desperately needs. I've committed to you, Madam Mayor, as well as to other members of council, to do everything in my power as fire chief to work diligently to improve the diversity among the commissioned ranks of the Tucson Fire Department. Not saying a bad job has been done in the past, we can do a better job. And a recruitment specialist, somebody who knows, understands, and can actually work and talk the fire language, work in that world in our business, will go a long way towards helping us with that. Fire chiefs around the country are faced with this exact problem, and frankly, it's a limited pool of candidates that we're all scrambling for, and I want the upper hand. So a recruitment specialist will certainly help us in that arena. We need to keep training paramedics. We have 154 promoted paramedic positions available to us. We currently have 15 vacancies. We have another fellow retiring, so we're going to have 16. Thankfully, starting on Tuesday, and thanks to the grant writing skills of Assistant Chief Lewis Harris, we were successful in getting an AFG grant to run a 20-person paramedic school, and we had over 30 letters of interest from our personnel for 20 positions, and those folks start through Pima College program on Tuesday. I'm super proud of them. It is expensive. You see there, it's almost $795,000, and that's for 10 people. So we were able to get a federal grant for 20, which will help, but we're going to have 16 vacancies. Hopefully all 20 will graduate. That only leaves a surplus of 4, and we need to keep, as you saw with our EMS calls being 89% of our call volume and rising, we need to keep paramedics in the system. We've applied, we are applying, requesting permission to apply for another AFG grant, this time bringing in Northwest and Golder as regional partners to help possibly improve our grant opportunity chances, but the likelihood of getting 2 back-to-back grant awards is fairly slim. Another thing I want to bring back, and this is the fire captain position for special operations. This also speaks to regional, not just here within Pima County, but throughout Southern Arizona. Tucson Fire is the grant holder for the State Homeland Security Grant Program funds, SHISH-GAP funds for hazardous materials response and technical rescue response throughout Southern Arizona. So not only do we respond to incidents throughout Southern Arizona, we also train and equip those other departments. We have to pull right now a 56-hour employee offline to work a 40-hour position to just to manage that, just to manage the program and the funds. And that was previously held by a fire captain, and I'm told back during the recession, 2008-9 timeframe, that position was eliminated, and it's just been absorbed work by others, but that's no longer a sustainable model. Speaking to our vacancies, I'm asking for dedicated funding for 2 30-person recruit academies annually. We're presently baseline funded for 1 25-person academy on an annual basis. I'm asking for 2 30-person academies. Our recruiting numbers are down. I've shared that information with you. Again, it goes to the challenge that fire chiefs around the country are competing for a very limited pool of people actually that can get through the hiring process, which is quite rigorous. This will, by doing 2 a year, and will help straddle fiscal years, this will help us avoid the valleys that we have with our vacancies. We were, for this year, approved to put 40 recruits in our recruit class. We could only fill 36 seats, and we've already lost 5 folks. And the vacancies will, by the time that class graduates in June, will likely exceed the number of people that graduate. So we're chasing our tail here, and I'm trying to come up with a more creative and better business model to help us avoid that, because otherwise we're just repeating the same cycle. EMS Quality Assurance Manager to assist our ambulance billing. This position will actually be twofold. It will help us further our already very strong collection rate for our ambulance billings, but we'll also work closely with our EMS division to assure that our paramedics and EMTs are delivering the best possible care, and where opportunities for improvement can be found, then they are implemented, again, working with our medical director and our EMS division. And lastly, a fleet control specialist to assist Mr. Jerry Drake and the folks at our fire fleet maintenance. They do an amazing job of keeping this wonderful fleet on the street, thanks to you and the voters from Tucson for Prop 101 that has made our fleet quite actually a showcase fleet for the nation. But they need some help so that Mr. Drake is not doing the work of somebody 2 grades below him. We need some infill there. Going to the right side of the slide real quick, and I know I'm talking fast, but I want to get through it. We've done a comparative force assessment with comparable cities, El Paso, Albuquerque, Omaha, others that deliver the same service in the same way. So it's apples to apples. I need more firefighters. That's the bottom line. And with the lag time that it takes to get a recruit class hired, trained, and out in the street, this is going to be a years-long project. But I am asking for an additional 13 firefighters to bring our commissioned force size from 632 to 645 to start bringing the force size back to where it should be for a city of this size with the call volume that the men and women are running. And lastly, I know a prior fire chief, and I'm not casting stones. The fire chiefs do things they have to do in the times they have to do them. But I want to reintroduce Ladder 5, which is a Midtown company for Ward 6, back into the system. Our Midtown ladder coverage, especially with the vertical development in this part of town, is less than optimal, and we need to improve that. I also want to try to bring in 3 rescue trucks on a daytime or peak call response volume or peak volume response period. The numbers are there that we've run to what these programs would cost. I know they're expensive and extensive, and I don't expect it all to be done in one fell swoop, but if we can start chipping away at it now, we'll be well ahead of where we would be if we waited 2 or 3 years down the road. So with that, I know I spoke fast, but I wanted to get through this stuff for you, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Thank you, Chief Ryan. Really appreciate your work and that of every individual of your team at the Tucson Fire Department. As you heard us earlier, we're very grateful for the fire department jumping in to the Tucson Convention Center vaccine clinic, and I know that I've seen you poking people in the arm and making sure that that vaccine gets into people's arms, and appreciate all of the work that you're doing there. Any questions or comments from my colleagues on the council? Alrighty, thank you for the very clear presentation. We appreciate your stating the needs of your department, and I'm writing lots of notes, and we'll make sure that we provide you during the time of us budgeting, that we provide you with the necessary equipment and personnel to do the job and protect our community.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you so much, Chief. Alrighty, Mr. Ortega, did you have some?
I do not. I just wanted to say thank you for your patience. So what we'll do is try to get at least 3, maybe 4 department presentations per study session going forward. So we'll get the next 4 lined up, or next 3 lined up, and if I can squeeze in 4, I'll do it. And we'll just kind of keep going through everybody, and hopefully sometime in mid-March we'll be finished with that. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, absolutely, Mr. Ortega. And I think that we need to make sure that we're looking at it's very important to get all this input and information and be able to have a further discussion as to how we envision, we, Mayor and Council, and as well as you, envision how we, fill these gaps. But in order to make informed decisions, the presentations of the departments have to continue, and then we could see the entire picture and make decisions for our budgeting, for 21-22. I did see Councilmember Santa Cruz hand up. Councilmember Santa Cruz, did you want to?
Yes, I guess I had a couple of questions, but I guess I want to make sure if when are the other departments, or what are the other departments that are presenting next? So some of the questions might be more relevant to the presentation.
Sure, Mayor. I know that one of the areas that all of you are interested in, or at least most of you are interested, is parks. And I had actually been requested to do that this meeting, and I said, let's give Lara a little bit of time so I can put parks in next meeting as well. So we'll do that for sure. Also, you've already heard from transportation, so I won't be bringing them back. But I do think there's opportunity to get into courts and some of the other areas here in the near future. So if that's okay, I'll get you a list. Let me chat with them. I haven't spoken with them. I do know, Mayor, that you had asked about parks, and some of the council members had asked me as well. So I can put them for sure in the next meeting, and that'll be at the next study session.
Okay, thank you. So as far as I'm concerned, from the last mayor and council meeting, the city is doing a market rate, right, for the entire organization. And so we might have that by late spring, summer. Can you remind me on the timeline for that?
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Santa Cruz. My goal is to have that to you in the first meeting of April. So I'm hoping to have that. Again, it's a high level, but at least enough for us to be able to make some recommendations on what the game plan might look like for some of our retention issues. It's going to be a recurring theme you'll hear throughout, is retention, recruitment, all of the things that you've already heard in these 3.
Okay, so I think for the 2 departments that I had questions was like the city attorney's office around retention and development of key employees, particularly in light of the loss of institutional knowledge over the next 5 years. So and also citing adequate pay as something that is needed. Have we begun an assessment for that office? And then the other one is with the Office of Economic Initiatives, that one of the fiscal year 2022 is more coordination with mayor and council to update the comprehensive economic development strategy. So we would just like to be provided with the framework ahead of that study session item, so we can strategize for increased small business development and support.
Mayor, just a point of clarification from Councilmember Santa Cruz. Did you say the city attorney's office in terms of replacement of key staff? Was that did I understand that correctly? Mm-hmm. Okay, and then the other is the economic development strategy, or master plan, if you will, for economic initiatives. Got it. Okay, thank you.
And that's all my questions or points that I wanted to make.
Alrighty, thank you, Council Member Santa Cruz. In the interest of time, I want to move on to the next item, which is the public safety communications update. Item 5, staff has an update on the public safety communications department. Mr. Manager, I know that my colleagues and I have been attentive to the happenings over at the Public Safety Communications Department. We have all expressed concerns, and I know that, Mr. Manager, we've given you direction to, create the task force, all of the steps that have taken. We previously discussed in a study session item that I requested in October to discuss the third-party report. Before we us Interim Director Kasmar to provide his presentation, I do want to hear from you, Mr. Manager, in terms of giving us an update. I know that we're all concerned about the investment of time and resources to make sure that that department is working not just adequately, but excels in its service to our community. Many times I have said that our 911 communications department is the front line of our first responders. And so in order to be able to have a department that is not just functioning, but excels, we need to make quick commitments to make sure that we set up Chad Kasmar, the interim director of this department, to succeed. And so I'd like to turn over the time to you and then hear the presentation by Mr. Kasmar.
Sure, Mayor, thank you. And thanks for the opening remarks and the kind of the framework. So first and foremost, you're right in that all of you have in some way, shape, or form expressed concern to me about our ability to convey confidence in our 911 system, provide the environment. All of you have said, what can we do to help? How can we help? And so I think that's an important framework and message. So right this minute, what I can tell you is that I have absolute confidence in Mr. Kasmar's ability to develop the plan, move some of the challenges forward. I can tell you that as I've looked at it and dissected some of the challenges that you heard them through the report that was provided some time ago, Mayor, and you mentioned October, I believe it was October 14th. Those issues stem from staffing levels. And I think one of the pieces that we will continue to work hard towards is how do we address staffing levels? How do we assure the retention and the recruitment and our ability to make sure that we're able to provide the service in a way that's appropriate for our community? Without getting into all the detail, I can tell you that it is not just one piece. And what I'm proposing is that today, Chad will give you an overview of what he's observed. And remember, he's been on the job a whopping 3 weeks. So I've told him that I'm expecting him to go over some thoughts with you. I am not looking for direction, and I'm actually asking that you maybe hold off on any direction. Everybody wants to help, and I get that. We'll come back to you when we have solid recommendations and information by which you can give us some policy direction. Right now, anything that I can do administratively, will give you the commitment I will do to provide that support to Mr. Kasmar and his team over there, and we'll definitely come back to you not only with the report, but also with some recommendations as to what we might need from you. I will not wait for the budget on this particular area. So I'm just letting you know that. I've got some ideas. We were already talking internally about how to address some things, but I will push very, very hard to make sure that the environment is available, and as quickly as I can, I'll make sure it happens. If I can do it administratively, I will. I'll just let you know. If I need policy guidance on some things, I'll bring it back to you and ask you to weigh in on that. So, Mayor, if you're okay with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chad Kasmar who's our interim director of public safety communications. So, Chad?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of the council. Yes, it is now evening. We appreciate, Public Safety Communications Department appreciates the opportunity to just play a small role in tonight's conversation in creating awareness about all of our individual department needs. And so with that, like the other directors and Chief Ryan, I need to take a moment just to recognize and brag on the staff of the Public Safety Communications Department. Their mightiness of our staffing levels at 116 right now continue to answer the calls of not only our community's emergency needs, but 10 additional communities that we provide services to. And I also want to highlight in the safety net that they provide to our public safety partners as they do the jobs on the front line. So with that, Roger, could you please put my slide up? Madam Mayor, what I'd like to do is to quickly get through 2 PowerPoint slides that really focus on the budget. And if we could hold questions, and I'll get through that. And then I'm happy to answer any questions about the budget slides and ongoing conversations about my first 3 weeks on the job, what I've assessed, and including any kind of comprehensive questions you may all have beyond the reports that we provided on last year's audit. Roger, I'll let you know when I'm ready to move slides. So with that, we'll get right into it. 2020 in a snapshot. We started the fiscal year with an authorized personnel count of 165. Tonight, you won't hear myself or the city manager ask you for an additional PCN count at this time. Because I'm going to give you some context for history shows us that while we're a mighty leadership team down here, that we have to recognize where we're at and be realistic about where we can get to per fiscal year, as the challenges we face will take several years to fully realize our success in coming up with solutions to facing those issues. Right now, we sit at 48 vacancies as of yesterday. What that means is we average about a loss of 37 employees per year. What does that mean? It means just over 3 employees a year leave our organization, and that does capture both our senior workforce and training. What we stand at today is 100 deployable members. And again, that was important for me to really reference, and our leadership team to reference, and to create an awareness, not only so our community hears us publicly talking about it, but our staff here's us publicly talking about that 219 PCN count, because a lot of work went into that plan in 2017 to evaluate what an appropriate size workforce would look like. And you can see we're beneath 50% of that. Our FY21 budget started out at $14.5 million, of course, through CARES funding and some additional things that happened throughout the year. Prior to my arrival, that number changed slightly. This number I really want us to think about for a minute. The calendar year 2020 workload was 1.33 million inbound calls. And while that was a 5% decline from calendar year 19, that's over 4,000 calls a day that come through our operations here that our staff have to physically touch, they have to physically manage. And you can imagine that's very difficult to do with perfection. And what you also know is, as a part of the public safety team, that when things don't go right, they become very public, and we need to be transparent on when that occurs and what steps are being taken to have resolution and to prevent those types of things from happening. The most exciting bullet on this slide to share, not only with our workforce, but with all of you as city leadership. There's probably no 2 people more excited than Carlos and myself beyond Lloyd Construction and WSM Architects, who have been on this journey with us the past almost 5 years. But construction is underway. It is music to my ears when I walk down the hallway and we hear the banging of the construction next door. So as Lloyd Construction has continued to apologize for the noise, we tell them that that's the sound of our future home being developed, and make noise all you want. 2020 accomplishments. 23 hearts for return of spontaneous circulation, and 14 coins for saves using CPR, continuous compression instruction delivery. And what that means is our tier 1, our call takers on 23 different incidents where somebody called in need, provided instruction over the phone for CPR. And what we know is CPR is the first 10 minutes count. And while most organizations have moved towards a dual model of public safety and fire dispatch resources to provide the best care in the quickest amount of time for those experiencing a heart failure, what we know is really the best instruction comes from our staff, the tip of the spear of a public safety team. And when 23 of those, what that resulted in is 23 viable candidates through the instruction of our staff being transported to a hospital, where 14 of them ultimately survived and walked out of that hospital. So most of you know I lost a family member due to heart disease in the last 2 years, so it certainly hits home as a bragging opportunity for us from our team. Last year, we also accomplished the text to 911 implementation. Again, I'll just remind the community, if they can call 911, call us. But for a variety of reasons, if it's physical in nature or emergency situation, they now have the ability to text and contact us via 911. We also automated the abandoned callback implementation, which again streamlined operations and allows for automatic call location should a caller call 911 and be disconnected. God knows I seem to be disconnected on phone calls at least twice a day on my way into work, and that provides our staff the opportunity to efficiently recontact them. Mobile responder and the CAD module infrastructure, really have to give kudos to not only our team here, but fire and on the collaboration, and Chief Ryan. And what this does is it provides a platform, a technology platform for our public safety partners out in the field to access a lot of the information that traditionally they've depended upon our workforce internally to provide to them. So while TFD has been piloting it, now we're working with Chief Magnus and his department on piloting this with the police department with the intent to have full implementation. The last thing I want to brag on is our first fully trained deployable lead. Now, I'll just remind Mayor and Council that when we started this journey and this conversation almost 5 years ago, and we restructured what the consolidated department would look like, there was 3 tiers. It was tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3. And what that meant is, unlike a traditional PSAP, which is a public safety answering point system, like most organizations are throughout the country, what we all knew, and part of the reasons that one of the primary reasons we decided to consolidate was we wanted one-stop shopping for somebody in need. And what that meant was no longer would you have to call 911, what's your emergency, talk to one person, provide the details, and be transferred to someone else who could either handle the fire, EMS, or the police related call and the generation of the dispatch information. The idea was that tier 1 was one-stop shopping, and no matter what the caller called for, we could certainly provide those resources. Now, what last summer also demonstrated to us is now there's an evolved expectation where maybe the right resource is not an emergency resource, right? And so there's another whole tier and bucket of conversations that we're having down here, we'll continue to have with maybe connecting the right community resource up through that first level of contact. Tier 2 is when you can do all 3 capacities of calling, but you can also dispatch on either the police or fire side. And then we've had what we used to call tier 3, but now we call lead. And the reason we call it a lead now is because a tier 3 is able to do all 3 aspects of call taking, dispatch on both the police and fire side, which are frankly 2 completely different languages and 2 completely different processes. And then the tier 3 is when you can do both of those, our lead, what we call lead now. So if you're able to rub your belly and your head at different directions, you can be a tier 2. If you can do both of those things and with one of your hands, manipulate a Rubik's Cube, then you can be a lead. And that's effectively the challenge with that position. So I hope I painted a little bit of picture about last year, where we're at and where we're headed. And before I go into the next slide, I do want to echo what Mr. Ortega had just stated. I want to provide a little bit of space. I think Councilmember Santa Cruz, Councilmember Kozacek, everybody's talked about being very intentional with finite resources that we have. It would be irresponsible of me tonight and our new leadership team, while they have rose to every unrealistic expectation I have provided to them the last 3 weeks. They've helped me produce some amazing documents that we provided to the city manager and all of you. We've also been in the newspaper twice, both last weekends, to talk about some of our missteps. And so the reason I'm providing a little bit of foundation is we need a little bit more time to work with our city peers in business services, both on the HR and the budget side of the house, and to make sure that we have the best plan moving forward to address some of the historical challenges we've been facing. Roger, with that, can you progress the slides? So FY22, again, my leadership team was about 2 weeks late, and we're a couple weeks beyond that of timely producing the right supplemental ask for FY22 beyond the scope of any increases that every department is realizing through impact on the possibility of the min wage increase. And so, in fairness again to my partners in crime here within the city and the city manager, our supplemental 250 request just went in late this morning. So I didn't capture all of the finite numbers, but understanding that that platform creates an opportunity for us to further the discussion on unmet needs, previous unmet needs through fiscal years. And there's a little bit of an asterisk with us because the consolidated center impacts and our ability to move into that, which we are this year, impacts our ability to then outfit that space with different needs that can obviously increase efficiencies in the way that we train, in the way that we operate. So this is not inclusive of the $4.4 million of pie in the sky ask if this was a perfect world that we could get and have access to, but understanding that that is then only the next step in conversation. So with that, one of the things that we are in active conversation with business services and the city leadership is an immediate increase to base wage for our employees. The reason that's important is when we look at a 4-year snapshot of an attrition rate of 37 a year, and we look at the 15 individuals that we onboarded, which is fairly average, and we retain less than 50% of that, which right now is fairly average, we can do the math to see that that's no longer sustainable. And if we make no changes this year, while right now with confidence, as I did in the last few media interviews, I'm very confident with how we've shored things up down here right now, that we're maintaining operations and we're going to answer that call. If we did nothing and we took no action, history shows and tells us where we'll end up early summer and have a workload that exceeds our capacity to manage. And so my goal here is to create an awareness and a sense of urgency and future platforms to meet with all of you individually and the other city departments that are going to be critical in helping us stabilize our operations. The increase and the intent behind it is to obviously to stabilize retention. It is certainly not inclusive of what's needed to stabilize. Money is not the sole factor, but making sure that we're paying our employees down here a fair wage. That does not mean, again, like the city manager stated, that we're not asking to be part of the larger market conversation that will occur as a collective city workforce in April. Having an adjusted pay rate right now, though, what that also allows us to do is to increase our recruiting efforts. Prior to the $15 an hour minimum wage, we were recruiting at $14.10 an hour. And if you notice the pictures on the bottom of this slide, that is your workforce. On the left, you will see what it looks like to be a call taker, a tier 1. On the bottom, on the next picture to the right, you get to see what a fire dispatch setup looks like, which does take at least 2 of them, used to take 4 to operate and manage a fire call. And then the third picture from the left to the right would be a screenshot of one of our police dispatchers. And the fourth and final picture is a track sergeant, and it's a TPD resource that is co-located within our operation to streamline information flow out to the field. So jumping back into it, stabilizing our local pay right now allows us to not only have a more competitive rate beyond this $14 or $15 an hour pay range, it allows us to be competitive with local market and pay people a wage that reflects the complexities of their job. It takes approximately 3 to 4 months to do a background that's very similar to a police officer before it takes us 6 to 7 months to provide the training, 6 to 7 months of training to provide our workforce the opportunity to do both the in-classroom and the floor training. One example of a hardship that we have right now, because we're co-located in a space that was designed for just police dispatch, is that when we put a level 1, tier 1 trainee through, they sit in front of 2 computer screens like I'm sitting in front of today, which I've become dependent on to do any kind of Word document or any other requests you all might need. So right now we don't have the space or the technology to provide them a training environment like the 6 screens that you can see in front of the call taker, and a training environment to give them the best optimal chance of success when they actually go to implement the training that we've provided to them. So what does all that mean? It also means that we've learned some lessons along the last 3 years with moving our staff and inspiring them to go through the different tiers to take on that additional responsibility. That initial conversation and that design way back in 2017, and the conversations that many of you were part of, was the early stages of, I think, of PFP, when we didn't know to call it PFP, pay for performance. It is an increase in compensation that's reflective of an additional skill that the city has identified that is important for our workforce. So that would be an additional cost that we would be asking for in FY22. It also addresses and creates appropriate pay gaps between line level, first line management, salaried upper management, et cetera. Increased job responsibility again, and I think we'll see better outcomes with retention and interest in those positions. In a world where public safety is under the scrutiny of liability, we're certainly not sheltered from that down here at Public Safety Communications Department. Ongoing COVID-19 cleaning costs. We certainly didn't forecast, as I was part of the original leadership team of the consolidation, that we might face a pandemic in the middle of a consolidation. There is no plan for how to stand up a consolidated communications workforce. There's several different departments throughout the country, too, that we lean on heavily for information and to gain knowledge from their challenges and tribulations so we can expedite our learning curve. But the reality is, it is the future of the most efficient way to dispatch. We remain committed as a workforce to the consolidation. While we get poor, we should certainly get poor grades in some of the aspects of how we've executed the consolidation, which are clearly outlined in the audit. The plan in itself is a great plan, and we're committed to seeing that through. One of those costs, though, will be ongoing cleaning costs until fall of this year, where we can start to have more appropriately socially distanced workspaces. We're long past overdue to insert public safety communications into the mental health conversation. We are part of the public safety team. While we don't see things on the front line, the call starts here. And as we learned last summer, bad outcomes in communications can only further lead to bad outcomes out in the field. I certainly will tell you that the stress is real. There's plenty of studies out now, and we're certainly behind the curve at providing our staff with the mental health resources that they should have access to for the positions that they hold. A data analyst, what is that? Well, what that helps me with is when the community, for operational necessity, mayor and council, so your leadership would like to know how we're doing. Frankly, a report that we should also be generating to our Safer Sea Fire Coalition and the other 10 public safety stakeholders I told you about. We need somebody who knows how to gather the data, how to synthesize it, much like the police department has. And right now, while I have a deficit of almost 33% of my first line supervisors, 2 of them almost full time are working through the analytics that help us make operational changes to prevent the call not being answered. It's critical, it's needed, but I also need first line supervision. What's a CAD interface? Well, there's several different computer systems in the way that dispatch centers operate. One of the solutions that I have conversations with our public safety partners at the Sheriff's Department later this week is a software, a system, an environment in where whether it's in increases in efficiencies of day-to-day operations in both centers to be able to talk to each other. Right now, you might be shocked to learn if the Pima County Sheriff's Department or Marana Police Department dispatch functions need to talk to our dispatch functions, they pick up a phone and call us. In 2021, that's unacceptable, and we need to acquire the technology that can help bridge these solutions. What that also does is, in the event of an agreed upon surge capacity, an unforeseen environmental factor, a plane crashing or something happens, or frankly, an experience like we had late last year, it allows a call to roll over to a neighboring center and for the community to have access to resources that they need. So with that, I know I've thrown a ton of information at you, and I'm happy to jump into a second part of the presentation, but which will just be conversational. There's no additional PowerPoint, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you so much. Appreciate your presentation. It's really very informative, and I appreciate you bringing us a complete picture, as complete as you can have, right? With the 3 weeks that you have there. It's very, very important that you're there, that you do a complete assessment. And I feel that it's important to put importance and a timeline in what you're about to embark. It's important that you bring back to Mayor and Council a strategic plan that will help and look at what your needs are, because we just saw a complete picture of what your needs are. But to be able to present to Mayor and Council how you get there. You mentioned previously that it would take years to really rebuild the department to where we need to be, and the excellent service that we need to provide the community. So it would be my personal preference to, put maybe a 30-day timeline, and you could say, Mayor, that's not realistic. 30-day timeline to put a strategic plan, at least the framework of a strategic plan, to come and tell us, Mayor and Council, this is how we can get there. And so, Mr. Ortega, I would like to be able to, make sure that we give you that direction, and it doesn't have to be in the form of a motion, but give you that direction to bring back a strategic plan for this department within the next 30 days so that we can start moving towards the direction of funding this particular department with the needs that it has. And so, there's a lot of background that this department has brought us a lot of concerns. Most recently, a memo that both Councilwoman Lee and I submitted to you about multiple sources telling us of the incident described by Interim Director Casmar, of the incident of losing a life, right? I understand reading Director Casmar's memo to the city manager that maybe a quicker answer would not have affected the outcome of that particular incident. But saying that, no call to the 911 center should go unanswered for 3 minutes. And so, yes, we want to take our time. We want a strategic plan, well-defined, well thought out. But I want to make sure that we move as quickly as we possibly can. And so that's why, in my mind, the next 30 days will be key to put a strategic plan together, at least the framework for one. And then the other thing that I wanted to make perfectly clear is that I absolutely understand that the fault of whatever has been happening at 911 is not the fault of the workers. They're short-staffed, overworked, in stressful conditions, and so I want to make it perfectly clear that the workers in that department should not be blamed for the shortcomings of that particular department. So for me, my first question would be, how long does it currently take on average for a 911 call to be answered?
Mayor, before I turn that over to Director Casmar, I am concerned about trying to get back to you with a strategic plan in 30 days. My game plan or my strategy on this was 60 days to get back to you with a more detailed action plan, if you will, strategic plan, to use your term. I don't have a problem reporting back in 30 days on progress, but I really would like a little more time giving Director Casmar an opportunity to truly understand the needs in detail and then development of the plan. There's two things going on here. One is, as I mentioned, the administrative things that I can just do versus those longer term investments, longer term environment issues that we need to address. So if you're okay, I would like to suggest reporting in 30 days, happy to do that. We can give you an update based on everything you heard here with a strategic plan, a more formal presentation of strategic plan within 60 days, Mayor.
I absolutely understand and will absolutely, give you the time to put something that's thoughtful and well thought out, and we'll have detail to it. It's just that I want to make sure that I express the urgency of having this in front of mayor and council. It's very important. All of us have expressed the urgency of having in front of us a plan that will define how we fix the issues that are in front of us already. But the sooner you can, I mean, I won't say 30, it could be 40, it could be 45.
We'll do it as quickly as we can,
the sooner, the better, I would say.
Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of the council, time is of the essence. I've lost 3 employees in January. I've lost 3 employees in February. So I just want us all to be clear, if it takes us 90 days or 60 days to come up with a plan, that's another 10 employees who will no longer work here, potentially. The city manager has been great. I've never been asked so many times in my 21 years at the police department, 25 years total, what do you need? I've been asked more of that from all of you, from my workforce here, from my leadership team here, from Chief Magnus, from Chief Ryan, from my peer directors. All been amazingly supportive. I guess I would say I'm not asking for too big of a buy, because I was the deputy chief of police who had oversight of the communications consolidation project. I do have a functional working understanding. I have a very patient wife and 2 amazing boys who allow me to be frankly disconnected from them when I'm put in an environment like this where we don't have a lot of time for me to figure out what our pitfalls are. I've got a fully committed leadership team, and so I hope that maybe I can produce the work that's needed for my peer directors and the city manager and his team to make that decision before we're in March or April when the larger market conversation, because that's I'll be frank, where we're headed here is there will be a point which will be part of the plan, so we're all clear on it when I put it together with my leadership team, of an environment where both police and fire might have to not just help us up in overtime, shore up in overtime capacity, but be down here to help us answer the calls. And so as your director, that is what I'm working to prevent. I certainly think the problems that I've analyzed and identified in my first 3 weeks here with a lot of consultation from my team, they're all solvable issues. If we're swift, if we're intentional. And the shift here is we're not just looking at the 41-page report or the 27 larger. It's beyond the 14. There's over 20 actual points in that document that we should all be clear on. But the reality is, what that really highlights for me is more of the symptom than the root cause of the problem. And so we're going back a decade. Some of these challenges we face today have been historical challenges we faced pre-consolidation, pre some of you on this team. And so what we're going to do is we're going to provide you meaningful solutions that actually start to provide permanent solutions to these issues.
I don't know if to call you a deputy chief or interim director. Chad, 911 calls. What is the on average the current time it takes to answer 911 calls?
Madam Mayor, members of council, that call does fluctuate daily, hourly, by the minute. What our goal is to meet the national standard of 90% of the time we answer that call within 10 seconds. Right now, we're not always able to meet that need. You're never going to hear from me. It's solely related to staff. It's solely related to money. There's certainly, as we were very transparent about in our document to the city manager about the failures on December 28th, clear that there were some operational efficiencies that we needed to gain and some first line supervisor issues and management issues. But the numbers are the numbers. If we continue to have less than 50% of what we forecasted as staff, it makes it very difficult to continue to answer those calls. Now, the plan that I proposed today is just a small snapshot of larger conversation that I haven't in the first 3 weeks been able to fully finalize and have further conversations with Chief Ryan and Chief Magnus. I'll just give the example that we moved to a platform down here, what's called ECBD. It's electronic criteria-based dispatch. That's a process where when a call comes in that the call taker can work through systematically. It provides prompts on what they're supposed to ask. That, of course, makes it easier for a new employee. But through at some point of your job knowledge and as you gain knowledge, it can become a limiting factor. So what was intended, it was expand to the police side of operations, and what was initially planned for at the beginning stages of last year to just be a framework has become something that new employees feel like they're going to be experience liability if they go off of it, and old employees, our senior employees are resistant to it because it slows them down. Now, we haven't had a feedback loop on that process, not for the community, not for the call takers, not for the dispatchers, not for management, first line supervision in the first 12 months, not for the consumers of our services, which are the 12 different public safety partners. So that's a good example of that's not a money problem, that's a process problem. While yes, staffing does impact that, because when we all want that call to get answered in 10 seconds, our staff works 12-hour shifts. We attempt to give them an hour total time of breaks throughout the day, whether that's 6 10-minute breaks or 4 15-minute breaks, which don't always occur. What happens is when our staffing is so low, it causes the first line supervisor to backfill those positions in a call taking or dispatching capacity to keep our operations running. It's hard for me to create an environment of an efficient communication supervisor subordinate communication loop when they're doing the line work of the first line person. So that's just one small example of how, a foundation to a lot of the problems we have is our staffing levels. So it takes, so to answer your call, it is that 10 seconds. We do strive to make that. The day that we failed on the 28th, clearly we didn't meet that. And when we tightened things up, we got it back down to 7 seconds. But it's something we're continuously paying attention to.
So the national acceptable the amount of time, the 10 seconds, 90% of the time, approximately, what is the percentage of the time that we're reaching those 10 seconds?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, I don't have the specific number. I'll have that before the presentation because my staff is standing by to provide me some of those technical reasons, which is also a reason I brought down and requested from Chief Ryan to TDY, Deputy Chief Mike Garcia, who has a decade of experience to help me with some of these things, but I'll get that answer before we conclude tonight.
That's okay. Thank you. How can we incorporate, Mayor and Council have also approved a community safety pilot program, and I know that, as you said, we get more than 4,000 calls a day. How could we possibly use the community safety pilot program to help divert non-emergency calls and reduce stress to the 911 system? This is something that other communities have. They sometimes call it 311, sometimes it's 411. How can we incorporate the idea of a community safety pilot program to help divert non-emergency calls?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. City Manager, great question. And as I know, it's many aspects of that plan are still conceptual for you and the rest of the leadership team here. But I hope everybody had the opportunity to read the 4-page document that I provided to Councilmember Richard Fimbres and the questions, and that was part of it. And part of that was highlighting TC3 and the activities of fire and how that interfaces with putting the right fire resources for consumers of our services who call us frequently, but might not necessarily, 911 is not the right answer. So kudos to them. It also highlights some of the activities on that impact our police side of dispatch. And really what just in one example, we can talk about mental health and providing, through the 911 call taker having the time to process a call, right? Which I want to acknowledge is a competing interest. What we're asking them to do is answer the call in 10 seconds, provide great customer service, but the problem is that's a competing interest. The easiest thing for them to do is to dispatch that call for service and let police and fire figure it out. So in a model of scarcity down here, what we're also fighting for is the time to have the training and the conversation to provide our mental health services as a response model instead of police officers and firefighters. But I do want to make that competing interest clear in how that works down here. One of the solutions that I've been talking to Chief Magnus and Chief Hall from TPD and Chief Ryan is the ability to bring in both public safety staff, and I also want to give kudos to Chief Brad Bradley from Northwest and Randy, Chief Randy up at Golden Ranch, is that we can right now provide resources. I'm asking right now in an overtime capacity to start the conversation where our public safety partners can sit with the call taker and provide some guidance and feedback, live feedback on, hey, great, you handled that call, you did a great job. But let me ask, here's what that looks like when it goes out to a dispatch calls for service. Or maybe that didn't need to go out to a firefighter or a police officer, but have we thought about using, Emerge or community bridges or other mental health resources to, if somebody's not in immediate harm of hurting themselves. So, and Madam Mayor, just to clarify your last question, in 2020, we met that 10-second call load pickup time 86.3% of the time.
That's good. That's good. Councilmember Santa Cruz? You're on mute.
I put my hand down and I thought I was unmuting. I was just saying thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chad, for stepping into this position and helping us sort through all of this. I'm glad to hear that the task force and the employee council is meeting on a frequent basis. My question is around some of the issues that were brought up by staff were, issues of like, racial equity and gender-based violence. So I'm wondering what those conversations are looking like within the task force and the council, and then are there plans for trainings as far as when you're onboarding and part of the retention planning?
Council Member Santa Cruz, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. The answer is yes. So without getting, there's obviously nuances to the equity conversation and the bias point that was brought up in the report. There's certainly competing interests and perspectives on why that occurred and why that was brought forward. What I can tell all of you is as we shape our policy to national best practices and our staff has time to collaborate with us prior to implementation, having more structure down here will certainly result in better outcomes, not only with policy, not only with behavior accountability, but just a better culture. We are not where I have been part of the task force since it was created by the city manager's office. So I don't want you to let me off the hook there either, because I only have 3 weeks as an interim director. Seems like the chief laughed and then told me it doesn't exactly work this way, but I said, reminded him when he kept calling me interim that aren't we all interim directors? But the reality is there's a lot of opportunity for structure down here, and I think that provided the platform for a lot of those experiences to be shared in a very public forum. And I'm happy to get into more details when we have our individual meetings about that specific complaint.
Any other questions or thoughts or comments from my colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I want to see what we're doing because for bilingual training and bilingual dispatchers that are there. And I want to thank Chad for taking on this new role. I see this as a challenge, but he can turn this into a wonderful opportunity to have one of the best units in the country. So thank you, Chad. But what are we doing to do outreach into the monolingual community when they call? There's been problems in the past.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you for the question. As we learned with the Carlos Ingram Lopez case last year, that call unfortunately began its journey on a bad outcome within our department. It was clear that the caller spoke Spanish. It was clear while she was effective in speaking English to the call taker that there was some amount of communication with her loved one in Spanish, and that was an opportunity to engage that individual in a different manner and attempt to have a different outcome. That is something we are, Chief Magnus has taught me well. Councilmember Santa Cruz, you have taught me well. Equity is a conversation we're having. I think when we look at the diversity of our department compared to others, we're in good shape, but always room for improvement. And certainly bringing on board a bilingual, expanding our platform to be able to speak to multiple languages is a priority for us. But I'll just remind everybody, no excuses. There is still language lines and other resources that we can utilize when we don't have the appropriate resource working at the time that that resource is needed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be super brief, and it sounds repetitive to what you all have said, but I just wanted to echo my gratitude to you, Mayor, to the city manager, to all of my colleagues, everyone who has taken this with the utmost urgency, because it is. I would just also want to express my gratitude for the 911 workers and the work that they do. They're with our community members on some of the scariest times of their lives. So the work is so incredibly important and valuable. So I just wanted to say, Chad, thank you. Good job. And we're all rooting for you. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Alrighty. Any others? Hearing none, thank you so much. Really appreciate your dive into this department, especially since you've been there for 3 weeks. Chad, we really appreciate you taking on this challenge. And again, we're here, we want to help, and we understand how urgent it is to act quickly. So we're hoping that we can help with that strategic plan, and that it's back to us. And I know that Mr. Ortega, you've said several times during this discussion that you are willing to move administratively as fast as you possibly can. I highly encourage that, because the more we wait, the more individuals and call takers we lose. So I'm concerned about that. So Godspeed in all of this, and appreciate all the work that's being put into moving this department in the right direction. Mr. Ortega, did you want to include anything else in this item?
No, Mayor, I'm crystal clear, and the goal today was to reinforce to you that it's got my full attention. We will, again, continue to move in the direction that Chet outlined. I will let you know if I need something from you as a team. I'll certainly let you know at this point. I think we've got some ideas on administrative things that we can do quickly. I will push that very quickly, and up to and including having you ratify, and if I need to and I see that it will help move the needle quickly. So I'm clear, and we'll be back to you with the report in 30 days and the strategic plan as quickly as we can. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Ortega. Let's move on to item 6, which is state and national legislation updates. Time has been set aside for the discussion of state and national legislation, regional committee issues, and 2020 census efforts. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have Andrew Greenhill, who's on the line. I know we have traditionally done that as a part of the COVID item. I know that he also provided you with a list of legislation. My suggestion and recommendation, given the hour, is unless you have a specific question, if the council could give us direction on that, we would certainly appreciate that. And if you have questions, Andrew is available. He can answer questions.
Andrew, do you need mayor and council to act on your recommendations on the different bills that are being introduced in the state level?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, yes, it'd be helpful to get a motion to approve the recommendations.
So in the interest of time, may I have a motion to approve the recommendations by our intergovernmental team on the bills being introduced up in the state legislature?
So moved.
There's a motion, and can I get a second?
Second.
I'll second it. But I want to ask a question to Mr. Greenhill.
All right,
Andrew, all the bills that deal with voter suppression, we're opposed to it on record, correct?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Fimbres, there are a few bills on the list that deal with, for example, removing or making it difficult to be on the PEVL, the early voting list, as well as some other related bills that go against positions that the mayor and council have taken in the past to support voting rights and easy access to the PEVL and voter registration.
Yeah. So we are on record as opposed to it. Or should we need a motion now to make sure that we're?
If there's a motion to approve the recommendations on the list, that includes a number of bills.
Okay.
Do exactly.
We have Steve made the motion. I think I second. Who seconded? I'll second it. The other one I want to make sure is HCM 2005 is also the postal. I want to make sure that's sorted on this list too. So thank you, Andrew.
Sure. Yes, it is on the list.
It is on the list, and I just want to make sure that I take this moment to thank Representative D'Alessandro for introducing the resolution to protect Cherry Belle.
Yeah.
And so this is part of the list that we have in terms of the recommendations made by intergovernmental relations. And so we have it there. The motion takes care of it. I do also want to share with the community and everyone that we do have a survey online on our website, on the City of Tucson website, regarding Cherry Belle and how it helps the community, right? We want to make sure that we're protecting it, and we're giving an opportunity to small businesses and anyone that receives services from our U.S. Postal Service, specifically Cherry Belle, to submit their input on how Cherry Belle is important to them. So that's on the City of Tucson website. With that, I'd like to call for a vote on the motion. So all those in favor?
Madam Mayor, one more question. I want to make sure on that's so important, that Cherry Belle questionnaire survey, because we have 26,000 small businesses will be directly impacted if they close the distribution center here in Cherry Belle, and plus the 2 tribes. So we got to make sure that that's getting out to all these small businesses, talk about they'll lose a rebate and their discounts if they close this thing down, have to go up to Phoenix. So thank you for your leadership on that too.
And thank you for yours, Councilmember Fimbres. So with that, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any against? Motion passes. Thank you so much, Andrew. Item 7, does anyone have any items to remove from consent agenda?
Your Honor,
Here.
we do have a
Alrighty.
Your Honor,
Mr.
we do
Clerk?
have a request. We do have a request to consider item B separately. That's the write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable.
Okay, thank you. Any others? Alrighty, let's move on to item 8. And does anyone have any future items for agenda?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to have a discussion on the appointment of the new Ward 3 person, if we have, what kind of process it will be, so we can have it in the study session to discuss it, so that we look at, I remember when Mr. Glassman resigned, we all had a process, and I want to make sure that's, because people are calling us and asking us what the process will be. So I'd like to see that. I'll submit a memo later tomorrow for asking for a study session item to be looked at, discussed for next meeting, because we have March 1st as the date. And I want to thank Paul Durham for his service to the city of Tucson.
Alrighty, thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Study session is adjourned. I'm going to give you 10 minutes to use the restroom and then come back, and we'll start regular meeting. See you, everyone. Stand up, take a break, and we'll see you in 10 minutes.
Mix Santa Cruz,
I see her here.
we'll go on. Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Durham, Mr. Durham,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mix Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2,
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
the invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member for the City Clerk's Office.
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Let us pray. Deepen our love for our city and our desire to serve it. Strengthen our power of self-sacrifice for our city's welfare. Teach us to uphold its good name by our own right conduct. Cause us to see clearly that the well-being of our city is in the hands of all its citizens. Amen.
Amen. Item 2C,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication 37 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointments in the report?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. I would like to thank Mr. William, this is a hard last name, Wojciechowski, for your service to represent your community in the Veterans Affairs Committee. So there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any personal points to be made at this time? Hearing none. Item 3.
Mayor and council reports, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication number 38 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time?
I do.
Let's start with Ward 1. Councilmember Santa Cruz. Vice Mayor Cunningham. You're on mute.
Just a friendly reminder to everyone out there that number one, just because you've gotten your first shot doesn't necessarily mean you're bulletproof. You want to get tested, and if you are tested positive for COVID-19, to quarantine. Make sure to be on the lookout for those symptoms. Other thing, try as far as vaccinations go. I know that it can be frustrating to call. I know that it can be frustrating to have to go to 6 different websites to figure out what you're doing, but it can be done, and definitely work to get vaccinated. We've got people standing by to help as much as possible. Finally, I want to make this announcement because I think it's point pertinent. The CDC on their website has indicated that they've allotted about 1.949 million doses. That's first and second combined doses to the state of Arizona. The state of Arizona website only indicates a distribution of 1.3 million doses. And there's probably a very logical reason for that, but I haven't been able to get any answers. So I asked people to please contact their representatives and find out why that is. Tucson's allotment, I'm hearing some very discomforting things about Tucson's allotment for vaccines, and we want to be sure that we're at least getting our fair share. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Councilmember Durham, do you have any current events to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lee?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. Just a friendly reminder to anyone who might need to remember that Valentine's Day is around the corner. And our office during these difficult times want to make sure that our seniors feel supported, especially now. So recently my team reached out to our young community members to ask for Valentine's Day cards to share with our elders that have been isolated in senior facilities. So we've received some amazing amount of support from the community. I want to thank everyone who has participated so far. My team and I will be dropping off these Valentine's cards to help spread the love this Friday. And also if there's anyone out there that wants to participate, you can reach out to Ward 4 at TucsonAZ.gov to find out how we can get those cards from you. Also, in honor of Black History Month, our office is doing a series of social media posts about Black leaders and Black history here in Tucson, starting with Chuck Ford. As you all know, I followed in his footsteps here in the Ward 4 Council seat. He was the first and still the only African American to serve on the Tucson City Council. So you can go to our Facebook page, facebook.com/Councilwoman Lee, and you can check that out and look for the upcoming posts to honor Black History Month this month. We have a town hall coming up on February 25th, talking to our Reader Ranch folks. That's going to be the 25th from 5:30 to 6:30. And in attendance with me will be Tucson Police Department and the Department of Transportation and Mobility. You can go to TucsonAZ.gov/Ward 4 for information on how to participate in that. And also Transportation and Mobility has the Andrews Street Bicycle Boulevard project coming up right around the corner on the 11th, and you can go to their website to find out how to participate in that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Fimbres. Did we lose Councilmember Fimbres?
Madam Mayor, I just got back on. Thank you.
Okay,
On Friday, February 25th, Ready Set Rec launches in Ward 5 at Rodeo Park. Ready Set Rec is the City of Tucson's exciting new mobile recreational program run by Parks and Recreation. 6 vans were purchased to bring fun and recreation to the people of Tucson. Each van is packed with activities for anyone to enjoy, from young to the young at heart. I am proud that we have been able to create a safe recreation opportunity during this time when it has been so hard to come together in our parks and have been so limited due to COVID-19. I want to thank Mayor and my colleagues on the council for support of this effort and appreciate the work of our staff, the mayor's staff and the city staff who have made this become a reality and people can relieve some anxiety and stress. Ready, Set, Rec will be rolling out for fun. I want to congratulate the 2021 City of Tucson Ward 5 Safety Calendar winners. Each are getting copies of the 2021 Ward 5 Safety Calendar and Ward 5 Certificate of Appreciation and the Ward 5 Medallion of Hope and a gift certificate from McDonald's. Congratulations. Here's the list of winners and thank you for participating in this calendar. First cover, Leila Contreras, 5th grade, Carrillo Middle School. January was Elena Elciana Lujan, 2nd grade, Carrillo. February was Alvaro Christian Bears, Carrillo. March was Geneva Urias, 5th grade, Carrillo Magnet School. April is Sofia Escarciga, 4th grade, Carrillo. May is Stella Fominia, 4th grade, Carrillo. And June is Quentin Harrington, 4th grade, Carrillo Magnet School. July, Isaiah Sanchez is also from Carrillo. August is Mia Sofia Melendez, 5th grade, Carrillo. And David Hernandez is September with Gallego Intermediate. Sion Olguin is Carrillo's 4th grade. Emiliana Carlson, 2nd grade. Aiden Martinez, 6th grade. And Adrian Carrillo, 2nd grade at Gallego and at Carrillo. On January 20, I want to congratulate these young people for the strong safety messages they're putting out. And I think you should all receive the calendar this year, representing the artwork that they did. Thank them and congratulations. I also want to thank McDonald's for helping us participate and the TPD and TFD for their help in the manager's office and the mayor's office. Thank you guys. On January 28th, I had the privilege of signing the final beam at the University of Arizona's Tech Park at the bridges in Ward 5. The construction is on the building called the refinery, the main building that will be at the Bridges Tech Park. The Renaissance of Ward 5 continues with the project. And for Gap Ministries, don't forget to order chocolate covered strawberries for your Valentine. The Gap Kitchen is selling chocolate covered strawberries for just $15. Sales benefit programs feeding children and others in need, and to help individuals attend their free culinary training program. Pre-order a dozen for more strawberries in 4 different varieties: classic milk chocolate, zebra stripe, crushed peanut, or an assortment. Pick up strawberries February 12th between 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. at Gap Ministries, 2861 North Flowing Wells Road. For more information, you can call Gap Ministries at 520-392-8534. And again, this is Black History Month. I want to thank everybody and set your calendars for April when we complete the Buffalo Soldier Memorial at Quincy Douglas Park. And we have 2 museums, historic Charles Kendrick and James Christopher, and Dr. Michael Ings. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Just real quickly, I want to thank Omar Miralis and HSL Properties. They're sponsoring the purchase of 40 outdoor heaters that are going to wind up in 23 downtown businesses to help encourage people to support our local businesses with outdoor seating. It's a little bit cool outside, but this is a cool opportunity for people to go down and support our local businesses in the downtown core with these heaters. That was it.
Thank you. I also wanted to bring attention that this month is Black History Month. During February, for many years, we have celebrated Black History Month. It's important to acknowledge that plights and trauma that Black Americans have endured both in the past and the present, starting with the racist institution of slavery and continuing with the systemic racism that still exists today. We must also recognize that the progress that has been accomplished is the result of more than 2 centuries of tireless efforts and struggle by Black Americans to build a more inclusive America. Black history is American history. And so let's celebrate American history and the contributions that Black Americans bring to our society. And we all do it in many different ways, but either with local leaders in the Black community, national leaders in the Black community. We have to recognize and celebrate the contributions of Black Americans in our society. I also would like to announce that with the help of our city departments, our innovation team, we have created a climate action community survey and invite the community to participate. We do have it available on our website, on the City of Tucson website. And since Friday the survey was posted on Friday. Since Friday, we've received 967 responses so far. So it seems to be a very popular survey, and I encourage all of our community to continue answering that survey. We want to hear your voices. We've also provided the survey in Spanish, so I'd like to invite the Spanish-speaking community to also participate in the survey. Estamos realizando una consulta pública para conocer su opinión sobre cuáles acciones de sostenibilidad ambiental y climática se deben priorizar en la ciudad de Tucson. Complete por favor la encuesta y ayúdenos a dirigir la ciudad hacia el futuro saludable, equitativo y resiliente que queremos. Visite el sitio de web de la ciudad de Tucson para completar su encuesta. With that, I'd like to move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 39, dated February 9th, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to let you know our Move Tucson Virtual Open House is open. It's a virtual tour of Move Tucson Phase 2. So that was sent out as a part of the news release earlier today, I believe. So just be aware of that. Also, Mayor, I wanted to take privilege of the microphone and just acknowledge Vice Mayor Cunningham. As you know, we give out service pins for years of service, 5, 10 years. And so I happen to have Vice Mayor's pin here. It's 10 years, Vice Mayor, and so we'll get that to you. I just wanted to acknowledge and provide that to him. So thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Item 5.
Liquor license applications report from City Manager.
City Manager's communication number 40, dated February 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 3 requests for new license. Staff has indicated that item 5B1 is in compliance with city requirements. Item 5B2 has written arguments opposed, and Tucson Police Department has indicated the applicant is not in compliance, so that item will be considered separately. Item 5B3 has been continued at the request of staff, at the request of the applicant, excuse me. An appropriate motion then would be to forward item 5B1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So move.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Clerk? Indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Your Honor, item 5B2 will be considered separately. It's the Flirt Cabaret.
Mr. Clerk? Indicate by saying aye.
Somebody in a bowling alley?
I muted them.
Thank you.
Are you waiting on someone to lead on Flirt Cabaret?
No, there was just a lot of feedback coming through, so I was waiting for the feedback to come through. Item 5B2 is to be considered separately. So, Mr. Clerk, this is in Ward 3?
Yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. I want to ask Councilmember Durham if he wanted to lead on this item.
Mayor, I can help. I've been working with the ownership of both Flirt and another similar cabaret over on Speedway. This is just for Flirt on the west side on Miracle Mile. My understanding is that the Miracle Manor residents have signed a letter of agreement that they're satisfied with, and they would like to support the recommendation. And so with that, I'd move that we pass this on to the State Liquor Board, the recommendation of approval.
I'll second that.
So there's a motion and a second. Any continued discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, we don't have any other separate liquor license applications. Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for the item scheduled for public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on future agendas, or respond to criticisms made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have a long list, so I do ask the audience to stick to their 3 minutes, and we're going to get as many of you as possible in the next 30 minutes. Our first speaker is Molly McCassin. Mr. Clerk, do we have Molly McCassin on the line?
Yes, Your Honor, she's on.
Alrighty, Molly, if you can unmute yourself, please. Alrighty, we'll move forward, and then if she's back, we'll call her. Steve Dolan.
He's on, Your Honor.
Steve Dolan.
You may need to press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? This is Steve Dolan.
Go ahead, Steve. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Steve Dolan, a 46-year Tucson resident. First, I want to say best of health, Paul Durham of Ward 3. I spoke at the January 5th call to the audience about flexible lot development. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Romero, for having a city planner contact me the next day. The planner provided me FLD data for the past 2 years. We discussed the FLD code in several projects. As a thought on January 5th, the public gets only one opportunity to meet with the FLD developer, who does not have to agree to any neighborhood suggestions and is not required to by the city, a problem in the FLD code according to the planner. Developers are only required to do one informational meeting. I am still learning the FLD process and negative impacts of city FLD projects that started in 2012. 2 examples. Silver Bell Crossings is an old FLD project along Silver Bell Road, the dividing line for the city-county limits. In my opinion, it is city-urban sprawl encroaching onto county residents. Silver Bell Crossings has only one entrance access to Silver Bell Road for the 92 homes, so there are dangerous traffic impacts. Next, Mountain Enclave is a recently approved FLD project that seems to be city central core infill, but it is not on a major street. I heard about Mountain Enclave in the Real Estate Daily News asking for FLD support and referred to the Mountain View neighborhood residents' opposition as anti-growth activists. The 145 city-registered neighborhood associations want responsible and sustainable development, but the FLD process of maximum density housing worsens their concerns. Mountain Enclave is enclosed or surrounded by the neighborhood homes with one entrance access onto a neighborhood street that already has speed bumps. In my opinion, it will ruin the existing low-density neighborhood of large yards, dirt roads, and a remote country field by the future FLD high-density subdivision, urban heat island with yards too small for trees and increased traffic forever. My 4 FLD suggestions. No FLDs 1 to 2 miles from the city-county limits. No FLDs in city-registered neighborhood associations. Third, update the 2009 general plan to identify FLD sites to increase housing inventory along transportation routes rather than in neighborhoods. Last, have several meetings with city planning development services staff to better understand the FLD process, to change the FLD code for more.
Hello, I'm here.
Input to see FLD projects in your wards and for a legal mechanism to stop FLD projects. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Dale Warner.
I'm here.
Dale.
Hello.
Excuse me, we're on to Dale Warner. Dale, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thank you for the last Mayor and Council meeting, my first call to the audience. I was nervous, and it will not be my last 3-minute speech until 36 and Latoya is voted down. Vote no on 398145C, 36 and Latoya. Enchanted Hills and the Wash is a critical and sensitive wildlife habitat area with an urban ranch and suburban homestead housing for over 70 years. With 3 generations of Americans with family ranching backgrounds, our sweat equity struggles towards social justice have made families in our area resilient and unified. We have horses, pigs, goats, chickens. That is rare for inside Tucson city limits. This area was developed in the 50s, 60s, and 70s as a horse area. Wildlife habitat inventory I have commonly seen include mountain lions, bobcats with siblings, javelina, deer, snake, lizards, Sonoran desert tortoises, and Gila monsters. This is an important wildlife corridor with preservation of this area the most desirable approach to preserving this critical habitat. Our west side neighborhood is a 1 acre or more lot size, many with mobile manufactured homes. Proposed is a bonus of maximum density of 170 homes on 18 acres of land. FLD with its maximum density option B ensures side-by-side lots of 9 to 12 lots per acre with building heights of 25 feet high. This is not a fit. This type of housing does not assist in keeping housing prices affordable, starting at $265,000, far from the class of low cost or affordable housing of $120,000 for this neighborhood. No rezoning is being proposed for this MH1 zoning. This is FLD at work with no rezoning proposes, but the developer wants 170 maximum density homes on just 30% of the site. Mayor and council should honor a 41-year annexation of restriction to keep the 36,000 square feet minimum lot size of mobile home zoning for this site. We need to add this site as a park, which would add to the vision and planning of what has been done for this area for the last 40 years by giving back to Tucson area residents. What has changed? Find a new path, please. I really do appreciate you allowing me to speak to you on this behalf, and our neighborhood is appreciating you to address this issue in a positive way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Molly McCasson. Molly McCasson.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 3 minutes, Molly.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mayor. Mayor and Council, I really know that you're struggling with the issue of the expansion of the zoo into Reed Park, and struggling because many of us in the group Save the Heart of Reed Park have looked at the public outreach and found that the reason none of us knew about this was that the public outreach didn't reach the public. And I am wanting to request that Mayor and Council consider putting this expansion, which no one knew about, on hold. Putting this expansion on hold and actually dealing with Reed Park master plan, which would be very different than dealing with a zoo, Reed Park Zoo master plan, putting it on hold and dealing with other ways of helping the zoo improve their facility, looking at other options. I know my time is about up, but there is a very good group of people in town currently ready to work with you, looking at other options, all landscape architects. There are many people who want to make this work. Please, let's keep the goodwill up in the community. We can maintain Barnum Hill and the duck pond, the South Duck Pond, and also have a beautiful and popular zoo for our community. We can do both these things, and that's what I would like to request, so that the meeting on March 9th be about looking at other alternatives. I want to thank you all very much.
Thank you. Steve Brown.
He's on, John. You may need to hit *6 to unmute.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
This is Gail Hartman,
and Steve and I were hoping to speak together, actually with me first, followed by Steve. Is that possible?
Sure, go ahead, Gail.
Good, thank you so much. This is all a little bit awkward for me, and new system. So, Madam Mayor and members of the council, my name is Gail Hartman, and I'm speaking this evening in my role as president of Save the Scenic Santa Ritas, the nonprofit organization that has for many years been leading the opposition to the proposed open pit Rosemont mine in the Santa Rita Mountains. And as I usually do at the beginning of the year, I like to come before you to update you on the situation. As I'm sure you all recall, at the end of July 2019, Judge James Soto in the Tucson District Court ruled that the permit allowing the mine to go ahead that had been issued by the Coronado National Forest was invalid. And as we expected, in late December 2019, HUD Bay and the federal government appealed his decision to the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. The Ninth Circuit heard oral arguments on February 1st, just a week or so ago. It was a virtual hearing, but we were able to listen in. The judges did not make a decision. We expect it will take some time for a decision to be issued, perhaps 6 months or so. In our opinion, Judge Soto wrote an excellent opinion in 2019, and we're hopeful that the appellate court will agree. The core of his ruling was that the mining company does not have the legal right to dump thousands of tons of waste rock and tailings on public land within the Coronado National Forest. Our summary statement regarding the proposed mine is the following: bad for the environment, bad for our health, bad for the economy, and bad for our future. I'll conclude by saying that in the past, the mayor and council have supported a resolution opposing the mine. This mining proposal has also been fought vigorously by thousands of local individuals, as well as by Pima County, the Tohono O'odham Nation, and the Pascua Yaqui tribe. So I thank you most sincerely for your past support. I hope we can count on your support in the future. If any of you would like to visit the site of the proposed mine, or if you'd like to hear more details on this issue, I'm very happy to speak to you individually. Just let me know. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Gail. Alrighty, I think Steve Brown is now ready to speak to us. Mr. Brown?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Muted himself, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, I think you muted yourself. You have to press *6 to speak. He might be having some technical difficulties. I'm going to have to move forward if there's no response. Mr. Brown?
Still shows him muted, Your Honor.
Mr. Brown, press *6 to unmute yourself. If not, I'm going to have to move on. Alrighty, I'm so sorry, Mr. Brown. I have to move on. Ann Forsberg Doyle.
She's on, Your Honor. Again, press *6. There she is.
Ann Forsberg Doyle.
Hey, Your Honor, while we have a poll, oh, go ahead. Never mind.
No, go ahead, Ann.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council. This is in relation to the Reed Park Zoo expansion. I've been a resident of Tucson for 30 years, and I am a docent at the zoo. Over my time in Tucson, The present zoo has improved tremendously with various species being added. I was one of 30 or 40 volunteers at the zoo that stood outside and gathered signatures to put the sales tax on the ballot. With each and every person that we talked to, and there were 3 of us at a time every day the zoo was open, we explained that the money was to be used for the interior of the zoo. We have aged water and sewer lines. We needed to shore up our infrastructure. We also mentioned some of the new habitats we were going to add inside the current zoo, and we talked about what we were going to put in the Asia expansion across Lakeshore Road. Each and every person that I talked to that signed the petition was very excited about this. I know that there are people that want to save Barnum Hill and the South Duck Pond. We do have a North Duck Pond across Lakeshore Drive. I wonder what percentage of people in the community actually use Barnum Hill and the Duck Pond. I do know that before COVID, we entertained over 500,000 guests a year from Tucson and the surrounding area. I strongly hope that we are able to go through with our plans for the expansion. We support conservation for various species that literally are severely endangered and critically endangered. We provide a tremendous amount of education to the students of TUSD and other school systems around. I see them arriving by the busload in the spring, of course, once again before COVID. I've been working at the zoo every Friday since September. I'm the line control person at the front of the zoo before you get in. We've been at capacity, even though we've lowered the amount of people that can come to the zoo, and we have a timed entry. I would really hate for the zoo not to have its expansion starting with construction this year or next. Once again, the educational opportunities that Reed Park Zoo provides are absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on this matter.
Thank you, Ms. Forsberg. Abrisa Ziegler.
Was I okay?
Oh, can you hear?
Yes, we can.
Hello, this is Abrisa Ziegler. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Abrisa. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Honorable Mayor and council members. Originally, I was going to talk about the removal of the zoning condition on the southwest corner of 35th and La Cholla, my neighborhood. But after reading Mayor Romero's article in February 2nd, Arizona Daily Star, I was kind of compelled to address the water issue. And as you stated in there, the Tucson Central well field is the backup water supply for some 600,000 residents of Tucson, and that most of our drinking water actually comes from the Colorado River through the CAP and its recharge projects. And there was also an article or a report from the Bureau of Reclamation, and they have stated that the Lake Powell is critically low in water, and it's as early as 2022, where it could reach such a low capacity that it lacks the capacity to actually generate water through the dam, and which provides power to what, 3 million people. So I'm just kind of wondering, and you have other resources. I actually went to the planning, the report that you have for a climate action and adaptation planning community survey. I filled that out. And so I'm just wondering how we can actually really address this problem of water shortage is not going away. I feel, no offense, we're doing what we can, but it's kind of like a Band-Aid effect. If we lose the CAP water, we're going to end up pumping groundwater. And a lot of this comes up with how much more can we develop and continue going towards the south. And then it was brought up as the Santa Rita Mountains and the mine. The mine is going to claim tons of groundwater if it's allowed to go through. And there has to be a point where we choose where our water is going to go to. Will it go to the people who need it? Will it go to golf courses? Will we go into pools, some high maintenance water uses, or are we going to try to do something better to find a different type of water source for Arizona? And this isn't just a Tucson problem. This is throughout the Southwest. And we may have 2 decades of water left, and then it's gone. And then we'll have all these people, high water rates, and a lot of people will not be able to afford it. So anyway, I appreciate your time, and I just my concern, which is being a resident of Arizona for over 60 years, and I just water is a very big issue for me, and I appreciate your time and understanding. Thank you.
Lisa. I really appreciate your voice on this. Lisa Pollock. Lisa Pollock.
Don't see her on, Your Honor.
Okay. Frank Olivas. Oh, there she is. Lisa?
Lois.
Lois. Oh, no wonder. Lois.
Yeah.
I had Lisa on my list. So go ahead, Lois.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to speak today regarding the rezoning of a proposed breakmasters, 4 proposed breakmasters at 4656 East Grant Road. The rezoning of the C1 to C2 property is a very important issue, as it will highly impact Garden District, as we are just beginning the Grant Road widening and zoning along the stretch just demolished. That zoning is yet to be determined. Because of this, we would like Mayor and Council to either reject the proposed rezoning or postpone any decision until after the Grant Road widening has been funded and started, and consideration is able to be given to the entire stretch, which is over 1/2 mile in length. We would be unlikely to support the vote for additional RTA funding if we find that our needs and issues for the neighborhood are not being heard or addressed. This rezoning project requires that 2 residential buildings be demolished, negatively impacting the availability of affordable housing in the area. Garden District is a neighborhood that has a large number of people at low incomes, all who need affordable housing. We are aware of the commission that the city has formed to address affordable housing. This rezoning does not support the goal for this initiative. A large amount of neighborhood is medium stressed and cannot improve with industrial type C2 businesses such as Breakmasters building here. The stretch currently on Grant Road is office and C1, which is fully supported by us. Some of our worst properties on Grant have just been demolished, some of which were blighted C2 businesses that were homes to crime, vagrants, and graffiti, which we do not want repeated. There are inequities occurring in the city depending on what neighborhood you live in and the available resources in the neighborhood. Heights Properties, who's the applicant, stated at the zoning hearing that they spent $200,000 on renovating a property in Sam Hughes as a concession in building their store on Broadway near Campbell. They have offered Garden District the saving of 2 mature trees. This is inequity. Garden District does not have the high number of highly educated people working or retired that is required to ensure we are afforded our fair share of dollars and resources to ensure outcomes are meeting the needs of our residents. The City of Tucson long ago eliminated city resources that we had in the past to help us with our mission to improve the quality of life here. Lower income residents are busy with working to pay rent and food and buy food and have no time to turn out to oppose unwanted projects or to advocate for those that are needed. Neighborhoods like Sam Hughes have more bargaining power just because they have more residents with higher education and incomes to advocate for them. Lastly, important issues such as rezoning that impacts quality of life for the entire neighborhood of 6,700 residents should not be the decision of a handful of residents and businesses that live within 300 feet. Rezoning such as this one will affect the entire north side of the neighborhood for at least this entire mile and all of these surrounding neighborhoods. As president of Garden District Neighborhood, I'd like to thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Lois. Frank Olivas. Mr. Olivas.
We don't see him on, Your Honor.
Saba Bennett.
Yes.
Saba Bennett.
And council, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I'm speaking about the bait and switch that was perpetrated against the Midtown residents of Tucson by the zoo. And, you know, regardless of what the last speaker said, we don't have a good track record with tigers, having the last two die last year. But beyond this, there's nothing in the ballot proposition that obligated Tucson voters to give up their hard-earned tax dollars that talked about the taking of Barnum Hill or the destruction of 57 old-growth trees and the only natural duck pond in the zoo, along with 5,000 sightings of rare birds in that area that will disappear. Alongside that, even in the meetings themselves, there were no presentations that indicated that Barnum Hill and the duck pond would go. There were no overlays. There was simply a slick artist's rendering of the master plan with no geographic markers that would have indicated that you're taking the heart of Reed Park. This was somehow passed through with no input from Midtown residents. And, you know, we're left with a wall on the south side of the zoo. The zoo has already taken the soccer fields for the elephant exhibit. They moved the rose garden, which was then starved of water, which is now dying, and we're destroying our central park in record time. It's ironic that the mayor has proposed this green initiative for Tucson and is advocating cutting down 57 old growth trees that are perfectly healthy. They're being starved of water, so that they would appear to be unhealthy so that the zoo can promote this misguided expansion. But we have 25,000 residents who are speaking out against this misguided and punitive plan because we want a central park in Tucson. We're tired of this. As the residents in Midtown, we've watched as the zoo has swallowed up every bit of popular park space. Barnum Hill is one of the most popular spaces in Tucson. The docent said that she talked to a couple of people who might have visited the zoo and not even known what Barnum Hill was. People are married here. People are playing with their kids every Sunday.
Seconds.
We're out there every Sunday. And you can see us as we're gathering more signatures, we're gathering donations, and we also have filed a suit with the state's attorney's office because there was a violation of open meetings laws. This needs to be addressed by the mayor and council. We're not going away. Thank you for your time.
Linda Ray. Linda Ray.
Can you hear me?
Now we can. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Madam Mayor, it's such a pleasure to say that. And the council, I'm here because I'm kind of trying to get ahead of the rush. People are piling on this Barnum Hill thing, and I think I'm thinking about something that other people are not, which is I don't care about the zoo. I don't think it's the zoo's rapacious ambition that's causing this problem. My sense is that whenever this was passed, I've looked at all the stuff you sent out. I don't think anyone asked the actual users. Now, how do I know about that? Well, for 20 years, I've been going there to watch families enjoy Barnum Hill. I have 3 people in my family, and I can't tell you how much fun it is to go and watch these extended families with grandparents meeting toddlers, and I'm meeting toddlers and so on. But I look at those people and I say to myself, are these the people who routinely access our city government and its communications? Now, you all have run for office, and I would like to know how effective you think broadcast Facebook posts are and direct mail and so forth with an audience who's got mouths to feed and multiple jobs, live in central Tucson, maybe on the south side of Broadway. I don't know. These are people I don't see everywhere, and I suspect they're people who don't get asked all the time what's most important to them. Now, 4 years ago was a different time. Right now we have COVID. We have extended families who have lost members to COVID. We have extended families who have lost jobs to COVID. People are hurting, and to my mind, it's an assault on our public conscience to try to take down the one place everyone can gather safely with their families on the weekend. And I think anybody who thinks those people are the same people who pay money to go to the zoo, they're not looking very hard. There's a whole population there that I don't think has been consulted, and it is the very population that cares the most about Barnum Hill and the water features and the duck ponds there. And I'm going to stick my neck out and say fewer than a handful of them would say they know they're about to lose that hill in the middle of an endless pandemic when members of their family are affected, and it's the only place they can gather safely. I always admire Councilmember Kozaczyk's openness to rethinking things, but right now, this is not the time.
30 seconds.
Everyone some time to breathe and start thinking out of the box. I mean, loggerheads are so often broken up by a big idea nobody thought up before they knew there was a problem. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Lisa Maher. I don't know if it's Mayor or Maher. Lisa Mayor.
You need to hit *6 to unmute yourself.
Hear me now?
There you go. We can hear you now.
So you can hear me, yes?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Great. Okay. I am Lisa Maher, and I am taking myself off speaker. I'm Lisa Maher, and I'm speaking in opposition to Breakmaster's application for a zoning variance. Madam Mayor and esteemed council, I have been a homeowner and voter in Tucson for 17 years. I will be brief. My message is that in making this proposed change from a C1 to a C2 designation, the city would be effectively flying in the face of what zoning is supposed to be about. The residents on North Street purchased their homes believing they would live on the same street as a home-based business with mature trees. Why even bother with zoning in the first place if their homes are to face an unsightly parking lot and a business that increases both noise and fume pollution? What Breakmasters is proposing negates the very meaning of the spirit of zoning in the first place. Why ask for a zoning variance when the property they want to purchase to use as a parking lot is already zoned to be one? A C1, which is what it is currently zoned, is zoned for parking. So they don't really need a change. But at least parking for potential businesses should have been previously planned into the city widening of Grant. To come at it at this time just seems like the horses have gotten out of the barn. And further, I strongly feel that there needs to be a cohesive rezoning plan in place for the entire length of the Grant
phase 3 to 4 reconstruction. And it needs to be made with neighborhood input. This zoning request from Breakmasters has not been a particularly transparent project all the way through. A notice should have been given to the neighborhood every step of the way. And those are my thoughts. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Lisa. We have come to the conclusion of call to the audience and have made available 30 minutes to the audience. We've heard everything from the zoo to Breakmasters to Save the Scenic Santa Rita's to FLDs. We appreciate your time. And we're always available for your calls and emails. We're moving on to item 7. Mr. Clerk.
Consent agenda items A through C.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is finance, write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable. This item will be considered separately. Item C is real property, approving a ground lease agreement with New Singular Wireless PCS LLC for a telecommunication facility at Tucson Convention Center. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor.
Yes, and item B, I requested to pull and consider separately. I just, it's a write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable. We have more than 10,000 uncollectible accounts in the amount of $3.8 million. And I just wanted to make sure that, I followed up. This is a big number. And I always am shocked at the amount of uncollectibles that the city of Tucson has in front of us. But these are 10,067 accounts, apart from about 64,000 currently assigned to collections. I want to see if these accounts are permanently removed from our collections list, and if they are, after how long?
Mayor, I'm going to turn it over to Jeff Yates, our Business Services Director. He has more detail on some of these questions.
All righty, thank you.
You're welcome.
Sure, thank you, Mayor and Council. And that's a good question. So as part of our year-end close process, we have to do a sign-off to be able to get our accounting book straight. And what we do is we continue to try to collect these over time. And so they're not permanently written off. They're written off as an asset. So we carry these, and what we want to do is be accurate from that perspective. So some of these will continue to be collected. There's a lot of reasons those accounts across, all of them have their own individual story, but we will work to try to collect as many as we can. The ones that we can't, or we've taken reasonable efforts to do, they're written off. And these range from people, estates that don't have any funding left or any money left, that folks have died, or businesses that have dissolved, and that kind of thing. So there's a lot of reasons, but we'll continue to try to collect those even after we've written them off.
Thank you, Jeff. How much do we pay, or what's our payment to the collection agency structure? Do we pay them for their services in a flat amount, or do we pay them a certain percentage of what we recoup?
It's my understanding that we pay them a percentage of what they get a percentage basis of what they collect.
Okay. Although the accounts are written off, do we usually pursue debt collection, especially if they're bigger amounts? Do we treat smaller amounts different than bigger amounts?
It depends on what type of debt it is. So there's everything from ambulance, uncollectible co-pays for ambulances to planning, our code enforcement fees and that kind of stuff. So just really, I think it depends on what type of debt it is and where it exists and what our tools are that are available to us. So again, we make every reasonable effort to collect it, but GASB requires that we write these off. to keep our books in tune.
Alrighty. Well, thank you so much, Jeff. You're cutting off just a little bit, but I appreciate your jumping in and answering these questions. I'm good with it. I'd like to move that we approve the agenda item. Vice Mayor, I do see your hand up. Did you want to say anything about this?
Your Honor, I want to second the motion. I wanted to get one more question for Mr. Yates. It's a really easy one, and it's not a big deal.
Okay, go ahead.
Just curious, on these 10,000 accounts, do we have any idea if there's like one person with like 7 different delinquent accounts? Do we have anything like that? I mean, that was the only thing that kind of red flagged me was if there's 10,000 people with delinquent accounts for different reasons over a bunch of years, I totally understand that. But what if it's 10,000 people, but we have multiple people with 5, 6, 7 delinquent accounts? Is that a rarity? I mean, is there a percentage? Can you ballpark it for me? Go ahead and have it.
Sure. I've done the analysis, but in my experience with uncollectible accounts, you're kind of working across water accounts and business license taxes and all those different types of accounts. So while 10,000 seems like a lot, it's in the spectrum of, thousands and thousands and thousands of accounts, ambulance rides, all those different things. So I haven't done that analysis, but my experience tells me that there's probably not one large group that's collecting all of those. It's a bunch of little pieces.
That's all I needed to know. With that, Your Honor, I second the motion. Was the motion made?
Actually, you would have to make the motion, and then we need a second.
To pass the consent agenda.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Lee?
Wrong button. Sorry.
Oh. No problem. So if there's no further discussion, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. Really appreciate your responses. Item 8.
Public hearing, River Terrace Annexation District.
City Manager's communication number 27 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time and place legally advertised for a public hearing on the proposed River Terrace Annexation District located on River Road, east of Hacienda del Sol, encompassing approximately 9.88 acres. It is currently residential property and is within the obligated water service area for Tucson Water. The River Terrace Annexation District is an extension of the River Kino Annexation District. This public hearing is scheduled to last for no more than an hour. Speakers are limited to 5-minute presentations. Mr. Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
No, Your Honor.
Ready. If not, may I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? This public hearing is closed. What is the council's pleasure? Vice Mayor?
Your Honor, I move that we pass and adopt excuse me, let me get I'm on the wrong screen. I move that we pass and adopt the PAD agreement or resolution. Is it 23298? Is that what it is?
No, Your Honor, appropriate motion would be to proceed with the River Terrace Annexation District.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong item. Yes, Your Honor, I move that we proceed with the River Terrace Annexation District.
So there's a motion. May I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 9.
Water notice of intention to increase fees for pre-annexation and development agreement applications Resolution number 23298.
City Manager's communication number 44 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution 23298 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23298 relating to water, approving the publication of a notice of intention to establish pre-annexation and development agreement equivalent dwelling unit fees and scheduling a public hearing and declaring an emergency.
Alrighty, I'd like to pass this item over to Vice Mayor Cunningham. I know that he has been shepherding this effort for some time now. Vice Mayor Cunningham.
Your Honor, this is only part of the process. We've already gone through the study session to discuss it. Now we start the intent process, so the clock begins to run, and what the water department will then go out to the development community, who will more than likely disagree with this. But unfortunately, several of our speakers touched on it. We had our water report today. This discussion is a long time coming. And not only that, we need to be good stewards of our water and our water infrastructure. This affords us that opportunity. There is a public process here that will begin after we pass this motion, or hopefully if we do pass this motion, that allows the public and the stakeholders to give input in it. But I've made it no secret that it's my intent to do this. I've made it no secret that the city should have done this 25 years ago. And at the end of the day, the amount per EDU into the development community amortized over whatever it is, 30 years, is like less than $6 a month to whoever buys the home. So I'm in support of it, and I move that we pass and adopt 23298.
Second, and I have a question.
There's a motion and a second. Go ahead, Councilmember Kasachik.
So we have requested input from CWAC and some other groups, and we got a letter from CWAC today, and they're asking questions that before we get to the public hearing, I would like staff to make sure that not only CWAC but the mayor and council have these answers. They're asking how the new fee meets the requirement that it bear a rational relationship to the services provided. And they're also asking the purpose that the funds are going to be used to, whether or not they're going to be going into the Tucson Water Department to make improvements in the water system. So I'd like to see those answers. And also, Saba asked the question, or they had several points, but one of the points they made was that PATA's within a PATA, it clearly states that the parcel can't become a part of any other city or town. And so one of the selling features of what we're doing is increasing incorporation. And so like staff to respond to that point too, that the fact that we have that restriction built into PATAs, do we need to tweak the language of our PATAs to alter that requirement so that incorporation is a real possibility? And those are my comments.
Honorable Mayor, I would just say that staff has heard those questions and we will provide answers to those in advance of the public hearing.
Alrighty, Tim, do you have any responses, especially on the PATA legal question? Maybe you might not be prepared to answer the legal question, but any of the CWAC concerns today?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, both Assistant City Attorney Chris Avery and myself have been, we've had one engagement with CWAC that generated the letter, and we have another engagement with them in early March. I won't speculate on the legal aspects, although I am confident that Chris Avery is able to address those. He's actually spoken to that with CWAC, and he will see that through. And as far as the use of the funds, which is the other question from CWAC, for this particular item, this is the per EDU, the $1,000 per EDU item. This, on average, would generate $27,000 per year. So I would expect that the simple answer to that is it would most likely stay with the utility. It's a very different question when we take up the next item. in a couple of weeks with regard to differential rates. So for this particular item, it's a pretty straightforward discussion.
Alrighty. Any other questions by our colleagues? Steve, did you want these answers before we voted tonight, or?
Oh, no, that's not necessary. I'm just saying that they're legitimate questions, and before we get to the public hearing, the staff can make sure we get them. Thanks.
Because I know that this is a notice of intent to move forward, so it's a beginning of a process. And I too had received the CWAC letter, so we do still have time, as Tim said, to resolve the questions that they have brought forward and get clarity on the details before the public hearing on April 20th. So I recommend that we move forward with a notice of intent today and direct staff to work with CWAC to resolve their questions and then share those questions with the community. Any others? Alrighty, hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Aye. Hold on, item 10, sorry.
Economic Development Notice of Intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with True Simple, resolution number 23295.
City Manager's communication number 33 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23295 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23295 relating to economic development, approving a notice of intent to enter into a tax incentive development agreement with True Simple Incorporated for expansion of its operations at 9538 East Oakville Road, Tucson, Arizona, making certain findings with respect to that agreement and adopting an independent economic analysis relating to the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I know that this item is in Ward 4 and Councilwoman Lee has been steady at it from the beginning of this project. So Councilwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate your support with this effort as well. I know we've talked about Too Simple and the value that this project is going to bring to the community. So I won't recreate everything that I said before. Just want to go ahead and move it along in the process to go to the next phase. So I'd like to go ahead and motion to pass and adopt resolution number 23295.
There's a motion. Do we hear a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? I don't see any. Mr. Clerk, we have to go to roll call on this one, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Mick Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Aye. Resolution 23295 passes by a vote of 6-0. Item 11.
Zoning C92009 Breakmasters Grant Road C1 to C2 City Manager's Report.
City Manager's communication number 35 dated February 9th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.3 acres from C1 to C2 zoning. The rezoning site is located on the south side of Grant Road, approximately 200 feet west of Swan Road. The preliminary development package proposes demolition of a former vehicle inspection facility and construction of a new auto service repair structure. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of C2 zoning subject to certain conditions. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes. Jimmy Egan for Heights Properties.
Mr. Egan, are you agreeable to the proposed requirement?
Yes, Mayor, I am. I've reviewed them and they're approved.
Thank you, Mr. Egan. What is the council's pleasure? Councilmember Kostacek.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, there's a correction on some of the material that we had. It says that this is a rezoning from C to R2 in one sentence in the first page. It's to C2. Jim, thanks for showing up. Let's talk about the conditions of the rezoning. There is one, number 15 talks about excess parking, and it gives you 3 options: either replace trees 1 for 1 for every excess parking space over 20 that you have. Next one is putting solar roof paneling on covered parking, and the final one is light colored paving materials in all the excess parking area. Would you be willing to do all 3 of those if this zoning is approved, instead of just one of the 3?
I would agree to 2. The problem I have, Steve, is the light circle. It's just going to get dark, and I don't want to do a disservice saying that we'll have light reflective pavement when you and I both know that tires are going to make it a black parking lot before too long. So, I mean, if you would like me to, it just simply won't last.
Okay, so you'll do A and B if this is approved.
Yes, sir.
Number 16 is the ponding on North Street, and you've said that you're going to eliminate the ponding. There was no indication as to how you're going to achieve that, though.
The requirement, as far as I understand, is so that no water leaves our property. Certainly, I'm not going to go onto a residential street, regrade and repave it, so that this pre-existing condition is no longer there.
The zoning examiner said that his condition number 16 is that you're going to eliminate the ponding on North Street, and so you're saying you're only going to do what's on your property, and North Street stays as is.
I simply cannot regrade North Street, and what I understood was that we would not contribute to the problem.
Okay. Let me just move on then. Number 19 is the sound study, which is an interesting one to me because you're putting an automotive use next to a residential area. People don't want to be listening to pneumatic power tools all day. Who's going to do this sound study, and when will it be done? Because intuitively you can't do it until you're already up and running, or it's meaningless. And so your buildings are pretty much sort of a corporate boilerplate design. That's the way franchises work. That's not a criticism. And so you're going to have the building up and running. A sound study is done, and then are you prepared? How are you prepared to go in and do mitigation when the number one, the building's already up and the business is already up and running, and number 2, you've got this corporate design of a building that you're going to have to go in and do what sort of mitigation on? How is that going to work? And give the residents some assurance here tonight that they're not going to be affected by the pneumatic tools and the noise in the business.
Thank you for that question. What we did was, in fact, provide a sound study based on an existing similar property in the Glendale market using ambient noise at Grant Road. So what we do is we take a profile building that matches and overlay it to an existing location. That was done, and I'm surprised you don't have a copy of that report because it was provided to staff, the neighbors, and the zoning examiner prior to the meeting.
I have that report, Jim, but that's not the intent. That's not the impression that the zoning examiner gave, and that we were left with, that this was going to be a sound study related to this building in this location. Is Mr. Urino on, the zoning examiner? Is he on our call, Mayor? Or Roger?
Yes, I am, Councilmember Kozak.
How did you envision the sound study to play out? Neutral third party? How do you redesign the place if it's already operating? They're not going to use exclusively hand tools. So what was your thought on this?
Councilmember Kozak and Madam Mayor, the applicant provided a sound study that dealt with what the addition of his new business would be to the locale and including to the neighborhood. What we had at the zoning examiner hearing was the adjacent property owner who runs the Dunkin' Donuts just to the east of this proposed development said, well, how's that going to affect my drive-through business right next door? So looking at the sound study that had been provided, I've reviewed it, and it did not address the issue, not of what, generally speaking, the sound would be like generated from the new business, but what would the impact be on the adjacent drive-through business. So my recommendation was that the applicant be required to perform an additional sound study to demonstrate that his proposed new business would not negatively affect the existing business to the east. Because the sound study he submitted to staff, which we reviewed as part of the zoning examiner proceeding, did not answer that question.
Which is my point. So the sound study that you submitted, Jim, is not responsive to what the zoning examiner requirement is in condition number 19 or whatever the number is. So my question remains then that you're up and running, business is operating, and then you conduct a sound study and find that it is intrusive. How do you remedy that?
Well, the requirement, as I understand it, Councilman, is to provide that targeted mitigation study prior to any development. That is to say, we do not build the building and then find out how to mitigate. We do it.
You can't do that until you're up and running. You can't do a sound study until there's something to measure against. But let me move on. And this is a real serious issue. This next one, Jim, is that, not that the other ones aren't, but you're proposing to demolish 2 occupied single-family residences and turn it into a parking lot. Those single-family residences are not adjacent to the neighborhood; they are in the neighborhood. So how does that possibly constitute an improvement to the neighborhood?
Well, what we agreed to in the development was additional landscape, a 6-foot wall, additional landscape, so that there's a buffer from this particular property to the neighborhood. And when I say neighborhood, there's exactly 4 houses, one of which is a insurance office. The neighbor has been vacant for 10 years, and it's a feral house. So from the standpoint of quality of neighborhood, I think we're actually giving a advancement or an upgrade to the visual on that street.
So I'm just guessing that the neighbors of Garden District would take offense at saying that a parking lot is an improvement to single-family residences that are going to be demolished for the purpose of accommodating your excess and overflow parking. Why didn't you move 200 feet to the east and buy that shut down gas station over at the corner of Swan and Grant? That's in a shopping center. It's on a major intersection. It's not adjacent to or encroaching into a residential area, and you would have none of these issues.
The opportunity did not exist.
It's been shut down for 10 years. I run past there all the time.
I understand that, sir, but the Deaconcini family that owns it is not interested. So I operate inside the market forces.
All right. I am going to recommend that we deny this rezoning because there are too many unresolved concerns, and encroaching into a residential neighborhood, demolishing single-family residences to construct a parking lot adjacent to single-family homes is not an improvement to the neighborhood, and that's my motion. That's a motion.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Your Honor, I second it for purposes of discussion.
So there's a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Cunningham?
Yes, Your Honor, I second this motion. You know, I'm looking at the aerials, and are those two single-family residences that they're knocking down, are they occupied in the Venice neighborhood, Steve?
Yes.
And so they're going to knock down those that are in the Venice plat. And then they're going to have, oh, and I see where the ponding on North Street is. So I think there's a lot of things here that just kind of doesn't make sense. We can't have an empty gas station across the street and then build another one. That's like, you know, we already have retail vacancies across the city. And so what? And now we're going to add we're going to add more when we have vacancy up and down Grant, a mile to the west and a mile to the east. It's just not computing out to me. I'm not going to buy that market forces aren't permitting that. So I'm going to go ahead and support you on this. Mr. Egan, if you want to have a conversation with me about it and see what other avenues there are, I'm totally open to that, but I'm going to stand with Ward 6 on this
one. A meaningful dialogue with Steve Kovacic as well.
Like, that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear Mr. Egan. Any other?
I think he said he'd be willing to have a conversation with me as well.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, do we need a roll call, Mr. Clerk, or a vote?
You can do a voice vote, Your Honor.
Okay. So all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay. Well, I changed my vote to aye.
Aye. That's Councilmember Cunningham. Any opposed? Okay. Motion passes. Item 12.
Mayor and Council, selection of Vice Mayor, resolution number 23296.
City Manager's communication number 36, dated February 9th, is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read resolution 23296 by number and title only.
Resolution number 23296 relating to the Vice Mayor of the Mayor and Council, selecting a Vice Mayor.
I'd like to thank Vice Mayor Cunningham for serving for his year and a couple of months. I really appreciate his service and his help as a Vice Mayor in his term, and give the floor to him.
Your Honor, first of all, being Vice Mayor in this year with all the challenges was one of the biggest honors of my life. So thank you for letting me do it. And, you know, I looked back at the rotation and I noticed that I've been Vice Mayor for at least 1 month of every calendar year since 2017, if you actually look back. Because I was appointed in December of 17 and got to serve most of 18. And then I ended up doing the last month of 19. And then now I've been in the last month of 19, all of 20. And now I've been here in 21. And I thought about how it was really to be basically the Vice Mayor on and off for 4 years straight has been the coolest part. But I also remember when I first got on the council, and I thought, well, I could be vice mayor. And we have kind of a tradition that we don't put people who are in an election year, and we don't put people in a we don't put people who are rather new, but we can't hold them back. And the biggest important thing is that the vice mayor should be a rotating thing. It should be something that all of us get to do because it creates camaraderie on this council. And I couldn't have learned that more than while I was vice mayor this last 15 months. We should just stick to our 9-month, because at the end of the day, I'm the luckiest guy in the world to serve with 6 people like you. And you know, it's amazing that tonight I get my 10-year pin. It'll actually be 11, but who's counting? And I just remember my first few months, and Shirley Scott was vice mayor, and she taught me so much. So with that, somebody mute, yeah. So with that, I remember Shirley Scott teaching me so much, and I remember thinking, oh, I'm cool and I'm young and I know more than you, Shirley. And then as my career went on, I learned so much from her, especially at the end. And so I think it's fitting that we pass the torch. I think that I've done what I needed to do in this last year. I don't want to really go on. I think we've got to keep the vice mayor job pure. I think it's in Tucson's interest. So I'm going to actually step down tonight. But I wanted to nominate somebody for vice mayor to take over that will continue the balance with the east side and west side, that continues. She's a veteran like me, and I've known her now for almost 3 years, and I can say she's one of the finest people I know. So with that, I'm going to nominate Nikki Lee to succeed me as vice mayor, effective tomorrow. And I make that in the form of a motion.
There's a motion. Can I get a second? And I do want to make sure that I give the opportunity to Councilwoman Lee to accept it as well.
I second.
There's a motion and a second. Councilwoman Lee, are you, will you accept this position?
Absolutely. I want to thank Vice Mayor Cunningham for all of your leadership over the past year. You guys have been through one hell of a year, and it's been really great to see your leadership as I've learned how to do this job as a council member my first year. So I really appreciate your mentorship and your leadership throughout this process. I appreciate your confidence in me, and I am up for the task. So I'm ready to step into the role.
Well, I'm glad to hear, because I think it's a wonderful choice. I absolutely think you're ready, Councilwoman Lee. And as a mayor, I have appreciated the advice and help from Councilmember Cunningham. It has not gone unnoticed. I think that the vice mayor position should be based on merit and the willingness to work with the mayor. And I'm personally very, very happy, and I am absolutely looking forward to serving with you as my vice mayor, and looking forward to 2021 with you on the helm as well. Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you. I have no question that Nikki can do vice mayor duties. I feel strongly that, God damn it, I feel strongly that we should follow the rotation, at least to this extent. Paul Durham has 30 days left until he resigns, less than 30 days. He's next. And I would like to see us give him the opportunity to serve out his term as vice mayor. and then go back to the rotation. And the next person in line would be Ward 1, that would be Lane. And I would offer then as a substitute motion that we allow Durham, Councilmember Durham, to fill out the balance of his term as vice mayor, and then the rotation go to Lane Santa Cruz. And that's following the rotation.
Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Any others? Alrighty. So with that, I'd like to do a roll call on this item. There is a motion and a second, and let's go to roll call. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
No.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Durham?
Aye.
Resolution 23296 passes by a vote of 5-1. Congratulations, Vice Mayor Lee. I'm looking forward to your leadership and your help in this year. I know that it's going to be an amazing year, and I'm looking forward to seeing your leadership in action. Thank you so much
Mayor.
for accepting this role. Item 13.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, February 23rd at 5:30 p.m. We'll see you, everyone. Take care. Have a nice evening and have a great rest of your week.
Bye.